Test. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Peace, God's mercy and blessings be upon you. In the UAE, it is our cherished tradition to commence every significant gathering by embracing the harmonious notes that symbolize the unity and pride of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you all to stand for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة من عاداتنا وتقاليدنا أن نبدأ كل حدث مهم بالنشيد الوطني. السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي أن أدعوكم جميعاً للوقوف للنشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. We shall embark on this auspicious day by invoking the divine blessings through verses from the Holy Quran. سنبدأ هذا اليوم بآيات من القرآن الكريم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان وله الجوار المنشآت في البحر كالأعلام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كل من عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذو الجلال والإكرام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يسأله من في السماوات والأرض كل يوم هو في شأن فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان سنفرغ لكم أيها الثقلان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفذوا لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
Esteemed attendees, educators, distinguished members of the judging panel, and valued peers. Today, I extend a cordial welcome to each one of you on behalf of the Emirates Environmental Group. Thank you for your presence on this extremely important morning as we embark on the 23rd iteration of the annual Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. الحضور الكرام، أعضاء هيئة التدريس ولجنة التحكيم والطلبة الأعزاء، نيابة عن مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة أرحب بكم وأشكركم على الانضمام إلينا في هذا الصباح المهم في الدورة 23 من مسابقة الخطابة البيئية بين الجامعات والكليات. My name is Maha Abu Mahfoud, and I am privileged to serve as your MC for today's proceedings. The Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition was initiated for the first time in 2001, and since then, it has proved to be a highly popular program across the Arab region. اسمي مها أبو محفوظ، ويشرفني أن أكون مقدمة برنامج اليوم. بدأت مسابقة الخطابة البيئية لأول مرة في عام 2001، ومنذ ذلك الحين أثبتت أنها برنامج يحظى بشعبية كبيرة في جميع أنحاء المنطقة العربية. Today, you, the participants, can utilize the platform to showcase your public speaking skills, to express your opinion on contemporary environmental issues, and to propose innovative solutions and bring about positive change. At EEG, we believe the youth to be the future pillars of sustainability. Therefore, EEG's goal is to empower all of you to become global leaders and steer the path to carbon neutrality and free the world of climate crisis. اليوم يمكنكم أيها المشاركون الاستفادة من المنصة العرض لمهاراتكم في التحدث أمام الجمهور والتعبير عن آرائكم حول القضايا البيئية المعاصرة واقتراح حلول مبتكرة وإحداث تغيير إيجابي. نحن في مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة نؤمن بأن الشباب هم الركائز المستقبلية للاستدامة، ولذلك فإن هدف المجموعة هو تمكينكم جميعاً من أن تصبحوا قادة عالميين لتوجيه الطريق نحو الكربون البيئي وتحرير العالم من أزمة المناخ. Before we start, I would like to share some housekeeping notes. There are 2 emergency exits to the right and 1 emergency exit to the left. There will not be a fire drill today, so if you hear the fire alarms, please exit the auditorium safely. There are 2 doors in the center back of the auditorium. Please use the right door from my perspective to enter the auditorium and use the left door to exit the auditorium. Clear signs are placed on the door to avoid any confusion. We also highly advise you not to use the doors while a presentation is going on. There will be a 1-minute gap between the team presentations, which you can use to exit the auditorium. There is a prayer room available. Please ask any EEG team for directions. Refreshment and lunch breaks will be held outside at the university cafeteria. There will be signage to guide you to the snacks and beverages. The competition is broadcasted live on EEG's channel on YouTube for those who wish to view and share it with their families, friends, institutes, or peers. Please abide to the HCT dress code of conduct as follows. The dress code should cover the body and shoulders down from the ankles, both for females and males. The clothing should not be transparent or revealing, not representing a sociocultural aspect of a group or a religion or gender. قبل أن نبدأ، أود مشاركة بعض الإرشادات التنظيمية معكم. يوجد مخرجان للطوارئ على اليمين ومخرج واحد على اليسار. لن يكون هناك تمرين حريق اليوم، لذا إذا سمعتم إنذار الحريق يرجى الخروج من القاعة بأمان. يوجد هناك بابان في منتصف الجزء الخلفي من القاعة. يرجى استخدام الباب الأوسط الأيمن من وجهة نظري للدخول إلى القاعة، واستخدام الباب الأوسط الأيسر للخروج من القاعة. تم وضع علامات واضحة على الباب لتجنب أي لبس. ننصحكم بشدة بعدم استخدام الأبواب أثناء العرض التقديمي. ستكون هناك دقيقة واحدة للراحة بين العروض والتي يمكنكم استخدامها للخروج من القاعة. توجد غرفة للصلاة. من فضلكم اسألوا فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة عن الاتجاهات. ستقام استراحات الغذاء والمرطبات في الكافيتيريا الجامعة. ستكون هناك لافتات لإرشادك إلى المكان. سوف يتم بث المسابقة مباشرة على قناة المجموعة على اليوتيوب للراغبين في مشاهدتها ومشاركتها مع أصدقائهم أو عائلاتهم أو معاهدهم. الرجاء الالتزام بقواعد السلوك الخاصة لكلية التقنيات العليا على النحو التالي. يجب أن يغطي اللباس الجسم والكتفين إلى الكاحلين، كل من الذكور والإناث. لا ينبغي أن تكون الملابس شفافة أو كاشفة، ولا تمثل جوانب اجتماعية وثقافية لمجموعة أو دين أو جنس. Now, before we commence today's proceedings, let us celebrate the triumphs of the past. Our in-house creative team has meticulously crafted a video highlighting the remarkable successes of last year's inter-college public speaking competition. Let this visual journey set the stage for the inspiring presentations and achievements that await us today. قبل أن نبدأ اليوم، دعونا نحتفل بإنجازات الماضي. قام فريقنا الإبداعي الداخلي بإعداد مقطع فيديو يسلط الضوء على النجاحات التي حققتها الدورات السابقة للمسابقة، لتحفيزنا للعروض التقديمية والإنجازات الملهمة التي تنتظرنا اليوم. It is with great appreciation that we acknowledge the gracious hospitality extended to us today by the higher colleges of technology in Dubai, our venue host for this event. We express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Ayub Kadhim, the Executive Director of Higher Colleges of Technology, Dubai campuses, for his invaluable support and leadership. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Ayub to share his wisdom with us.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, competitors, and esteemed guests, we are honored at the Higher Colleges of Technology's Dubai Women's Campus to be hosting the 23rd edition of Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. I warmly congratulate the Emirates Environmental Group for convening this annual Pan-Arab competition, which will host over 50 university teams from around the world in the coming 4 days. The competition will engage undergraduate students from across the Arab world to express their ideas and provide practical solutions to pressing environmental and sustainability challenges. It will empower youth to become advocates for the environmental and sustainable practices and initiatives with their communities, nationally and internationally. I am delighted to see the home team being represented by our students, including those from the Dubai campus. It is heartening to see this competition is growing annually, and especially this year, the year of sustainability and COP28 here in the UAE. It is also timely hosting the competition in the lead up to an important national event, the UAE's 52nd Union Day. Our National Day celebrations around the UAE will have a special focus, uniting the pioneers of tomorrow, our youth, as we act for a sustainable future. Together, we will celebrate our nation's unity and connection to our sustainability journey. Similar to the competition, our Union Day will see our commitment towards our collective future. And this competition will give center stage to the leaders of tomorrow who will shape our future. This year, 52 universities and colleges from 14 countries are participating in this competition. Moreover, the organizers are expecting 180 participants per day, which makes 720 participants, an inspiring number of environmental ambassadors. I congratulate the EEG, Emirates Environmental Group, for such commendable efforts for an important event. Now the competition promises to be a compelling and insightful activity, as the topics of debate and discussions will revolve around the number of pressing environmental issues such as energy, environmental protection, water resources, among others. According to the 2023 Roundup.org survey of over 10,000 global consumers, 78% agree that environmental sustainability is important and that they want to lead more sustainable lives. Therefore, this is the time for our youth, inheritors of the earth, to have their voices heard. It is your time to shine. Now, if we look at our backyard here at HCT, having an active student body of over 25,000 students and over 72,000 alumni members, we are ideally placed to spread the word about the importance of sustainable practices and initiatives. We have recently launched the HCT Sustainability Framework that will organize and shape all our events and projects for sustainability, and it needs to be embedded in everything we do and be part of our ecosystem. This framework is of a great importance to HCT as it's centered around 4 pillars, including stakeholders' engagement and sustainable communities. These pillars will be under the spotlight as HCT will be an exhibitor at COP28 later this month at the COP28 Greening Education Hub. Finally, I wish all a great success. I wish you all great success, enjoyment, and enlightenment during these 4 days. And I urge all competitors to speak from your hearts and your minds. Ultimately, it is not a matter of who wins, but whether their voices and important messages they convey are heard. That is the mark of success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayoub, for your insightful remarks. شكراً دكتور أيوب على الكلمات القيمة. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the co-founder and chairperson of Emirates Environmental Group, the pioneer of this event, Mrs. Habiba Al-Marashi, to give this opening address. الآن سيداتي وسادتي، من فضلكم انضموا إلي في الترحيب بالعضو المؤسس ورئيسة مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة، رائدة هذا الحدث السيدة حبيبة المرعشي لإلقاء الكلمة الافتتاحية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولاً بغيت أرحب بالحضور اللي جايين من الدول العربية المختلفة. حياكم، إن شاء الله تكونوا معانا ضيوفكم من يوم وتقضوا معانا أوقات جميلة وممتعة ومنيرة. سلامي للحضور معانا بطريقة افتراضية، وإن شاء الله أيضاً تكون المنفعة توصلكم بالطريقة الصحيحة. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us in this 23rd year of this wonderful educational wedding, I call it. And I would like to welcome our participants who are joining us virtually, and inshallah you will spend with us very fruitful, conducive time. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Ayoub Kadhim, Executive Director of the Higher Colleges of Technology in Dubai. Thank you very much for your friendship, for your support. We have known each other for years, and he has been a partner with us in this journey, in this particular program, year on year. So he has seen the growth and development of this program. Thank you very much for the wonderful speech that you gave just a while ago. And I think your message was very important in the end. It is how do we get our voices heard outside and to the wider audience and to our stakeholders. That is what counts. To us at Emirates Environmental Group, all the participating students are winners. Whether they get the trophy, that they take it with them or not, but you are the winners, taking the effort, contributing, preparing yourselves, discussing, researching, coming on stage, speaking in front of all of us, telling us what your findings, sharing with us your conclusions is very important. And that, in our opinion, is really what counts, and that's what makes you all winners. I extend my gratitude to our wonderful jury panel. Each one of you is a stalwart in your own line. of expertise in the sustainability arena to take your time and really join us this morning. Thank you very much. Your contribution has added a lot of value to this award over the years, and it's no joke for you to sit for hours at end and to listen to a presentation after presentation and to be able to come up with your results in a very unbiased and professional manner. So before I go into the topic of today and we talk about the awards, I would like just to give a brief about Emirates Environmental Group for those who are coming out of the country and joining us for the first time. Emirates Environmental Group is the first environmental body that was formed in the United Arab Emirates in 1991. We are the first non-government organization, environmental non-government organization in the world to be ISO 14001 certified organization. We are accredited to United Nations Environmental Program, United Nations Convention to combat desertification from the early 2000s. We are members of Global Urban Development. We are members of many platforms that deals with sustainability of the food systems, that deals with marine pollution, that deals with multi-stakeholder platforms within the UN system. We are a full voting member of World Packaging Organization. We are the first founders of UN Global Compact, and we established the UN Global Compact network for the GCC region here in the United Arab Emirates. So you can see our affiliations with strong international bodies, and that speaks volume for who we are and what we stand for. On the ground, we have built strong partnerships, and that's where our message comes from, together for a better environment. As we believe that solo we cannot do anything, we need to work collectively. We have forged relationships, built partnerships with the relevant government bodies in the country, whether we are talking about federal or we are talking about local government entities. We work with academia, and that is where our strength is. But our main target are the students, like yourselves. And this is, for me personally, is one of the happiest times that I spend in the year when I'm in the audience of the students. Seeing your passion, understanding of the subject matter, talking about it, hoping that it will change your perceptions and that you will take sustainability as a career path really is the way I measure the success of Emirates Environmental Group. So we are really happy at EEG to be able to provide this platform to engage the youth year on year, and we are able to bring strong topics on the table for discussion. The topics that we have put for this year are very much connected with COP28, very much connected with Sustainable Development Goals, and very much connected with the Year of Sustainability, as Dr. Ayub has mentioned. This year has got a very unique place in the history, in the environmental history of the UAE, because we are celebrating two issues. We are celebrating the Year of Sustainability on the national level, as well as we are celebrating on the global level, hosting the Conference of the Parties for Climate Action. So what does that mean to us, to you, the student community? That is what we will shall find out through the topics that we have put over the course of 4 days. This program started in 2001 with 1 day only. We expanded it on the GCC region in 2006. 2012 we went Arab region, and it expanded from 1 day to 2 days. Since last year, alhamdulillah, we have expanded it to 4 days. So it shows you that the program is expanding because there's more need for it. There's more buy-in from the different organizations and different universities and colleges. And it makes me very happy when the faculty members share with us that this is already chalked out into the annual calendar of universities and colleges. As you already know, this year, because of COP, we have opened it for, as Dr. Ayub mentioned, we have opened it to the world. So we do have participation from 14 countries, and inshallah you will see them through the course of the next 4 days. What did we want to achieve from this? And what does that, how does that connect with COP28? We want to find solutions to climate change, to global warming. We are not only talking about one side of it, we are talking about not only mitigating it, but we are talking about how do we adapt to it, how does it become, how do we accept and take it that this is going to be part and parcel, and how are we resilient to that and working towards dealing with it. How do we direct our economies to be progressive, thriving, dealing with the increasing number of human population, but at the same time, its impact on the carbon is very low? How do we create economies that are compatible with the sustainable development of our societies and our human population? This, I hope, are things that we will be hearing from you. We understand your role, we know what is going on in your campuses, and we hope that the faculty have their fingers on the pulses and are really incorporating all these requirements into the curriculum so that when you graduate as future generation and are ready to go and enter into the workforce, you have the right tools to really fit in any single entity or industry or sector that you are going into. You are the torch bearers of tomorrow. So you have this boundless potential, and we want to tap into those potentials, and we want to help you bring it up, understand it yourself, discover it, and work with it for your betterment and that of the whole of humanity. This is, as we mentioned, the 23rd year that we are conducting. So I am very proud to see you here, and I really hope that you will benefit from it as much as was our intention when we developed this program. I hope that you will position yourself as really the leaders of tomorrow in the sustainability field. When you go back to your universities, to your own campuses, to your own countries, do not underestimate the role that you have played here in this auditorium. Take the lessons that you have learned, share it with your colleagues. Give this presentation to your whole faculty. Share it with your own classes as well. Share it with your outside, group of friends and peers and the wider community. The more you share these messages, the more the benefit will be reaped. You have social media. Utilize your social media. The messages that you will hear and will resonate well with you, share it with the global audience. Let us show the world what our region is all about. We are not just oil-rich countries. We have a lot more to offer. That is what we would like you to show the outside world. Let us show them, and let us imbibe the sustainability teaching into our daily lives. In everything that we have been doing since the inception of this program, sustainability is at the core of it. From 2015, since the rollout of the Sustainable Development Goals and the ratification of the countries, we have accepted these 17 goals and we have incorporated it and mapped our programs accordingly with the different goals. This cycle is no different from the others as well, and we have very carefully chosen the topics and the goals that we will be covering through the next 4 days. So one of the most important goals that we have touched on, and it is within the 4 topics, and we hope to hear it more from you, is goal number 2. We are talking about zero hunger. And when you go online and when you read the reports of the different UN agencies, it's really a very gloomy picture. So we want to highlight that. We want to not only talk about the problem, we want to see what are the solutions that can come out from the flu. We're talking about goal number 3, good health and well-being of all. We are talking about goal number 4, which I underline it. We are talking about education for everybody, everywhere, all the time. The quality education. This is one of the effective platforms for providing that. We are talking about issues that we take for granted. Goal number 6, we are talking about clean water and sanitation. Today, the numbers are in billions of those who do not have access to these 2 requirements. We are talking about goal number 7, affordable and clean energy. Again, a very, very important issue, an issue that is so connected with the COP28 topic, climate action. We are talking about goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Again, this is our future, and this is what we need to be working on. We need to be very innovative in providing that without really pulling from the Earth's resources. We are talking about goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities. What do we mean by that, and how do we achieve that? We are talking about goal number 12, which is a goal that touches every one of us in our daily lives, responsible consumption and production. And how can we, as individuals, as academics, as members of the society, play a big role in that and makes a difference? We come to goal number 13. We are talking about climate action. What can I do on my own capacity, in the individual capacity? But what can we do collectively as well? How do we accelerate the efforts that we need to do to ensure that we are on the right track? Goal number 15, which talks about protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of life on land. And we come to the final one, which is goal number 17, the partnerships to achieve these goals. So you can see how we map our programs against the different goals, and that is very important. And I advise you, even in your daily lives, look at which ones are you directly connected with, and how can you contribute to ensuring that you are adding value. The world is going in different directions, and we very much need to put our act in order and to put our houses in order as well, and to ensure that we are doing what needs to be done. I always say, do not look at what the others done it or not. Let me be responsible on myself and about myself. Let me see what I can do, and that is where the others will see, and they will, inshallah, follow suit. So to follow and to ensure that we are environmentally friendly, you have seen that we have tried to reduce as much consumption of paper as we can. The feedback will be online, and there will be team members that will guide you on how you work on that to ensure that we are more efficient and our impact is less. There were a few housekeeping points that were shared with you, and I hope one of the most important things that we will abide by the time kept for us. We have a good and heavy schedule for the day, and we don't want to be here until late evening, so let's ensure that we all stick to the time allotted to us. As exceeding time will unfortunately mean that there will be less points for you. I'm sure none of you want to lose any points. So let's stick to the time allocated for us, whether we are talking about our participants virtually or the ones that are with us physically. I am very sure today you will mesmerize us, you will exceed our expectation, and we will hear from you some very innovative solutions to the current sustainability challenges that this planet is facing. So without further ado, I say Bismillah, and let's start the program, inshallah.
Thank you, Ms. Habiba, for the uplifting speech, which is a great way to start this exciting event. شكراً للسيدة حبيبة على خطابك المشجع الذي يعد الطريقة المثالية لبدء المسابقة. Every year, our commitment to maintaining the highest standards in judging remains unwavering. For this year's edition, we're privileged to have a distinguished panel of bilingual experts who have graciously accepted our invitation to evaluate the competition. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to these recognized leaders in the field of sustainability in the UAE for lending their expertise to this event. Their participation ensures a fair, equitable, and unbiased evaluation process. Engineer Rida Salman, expert, environmental health and safety, Dubai Municipality. Professor Dr. Sbeh Khassaf, infrastructure lead and engineer, MENA Hyperloop. Mr. Imaduddin Oberi, senior business advisor, UAE. Ms. Reem Khallaf, sustainability analyst at Accenture. في كل عام يظل التزامنا بالحفاظ على أعلى المعايير التحكيم ثابتاً. يشرفنا أن يكون لدينا لجنة متميزة من الخبراء ثنائي اللغة، ونعرب عن امتناننا العميق لهؤلاء القادة المرموقين في مجال الاستدامة في دولة الإمارات لتقديم خبراتهم. المهندس رضا سلمان، خبير صحة البيئة والسلامة، بلدية دبي. الأستاذ الدكتور صبيح خصاف، مهندس البنية التحتية الرئيسي منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، شركة هايبرلوب. الأستاذ عماد الدين أوبيري، مستشار أعمال. السيدة ريم خلاف، محلل الاستدامة في شركة أكسنتشر. Respected judges, thank you for taking the time out from your busy schedules to join us. It is highly appreciated. نشكر لجنة التحكيم ونقدر وقتكم الثمين واقتطاعكم من جداولكم المزدحمة للانضمام إلينا. Now, dear students, it is with great anticipation that we await your presentations today. But before we delve into the insightful content that you have prepared, I would like to share some essential points to ensure a smooth and organized session. والآن الطلاب الأعزاء، نحن متحمسون لسماع ما أعددتموه لنا اليوم، ولكن قبل أن ننتقل إلى العروض التقديمية، أود أن أشارككم بعض النقاط الأساسية لضمان عروض سلسلة ومنظمة. In front of you, there is a TV screen to show each team that has been allocated exactly 10 minutes for their presentation. A gentle reminder will be sounded at the 8-minute mark. And the second bell indicates the conclusion of your allocated time. Points will be deducted for exceeding the time limit or relying solely on written materials. يوجد أمامكم شاشة تلفاز توضح وقت المسموح، فيوجد لكل فريق جرسين أثناء التقديم. يشير الجرس الأول إلى مرور 8 دقائق، ويشير الجرس الثاني إلى انتهاء 10 دقائق. سيتم خصم النقاط لتجاوز الحد الزمني أو الاعتماد فقط على المواد المكتوبة. Please adhere to the agenda and be prepared to present promptly, with only 1 minute between each presentation. If your team is next in line, please be seated in the second row and approach the EEG team beside the stage for coordination. يرجى الانتباه على وقت عرض فريقكم والترتيب، حيث لدينا دقيقة واحدة فقط بين كل عرض تقديمي. إذا كان فريقك هو التالي، فيرجى الجلوس في الصف الثاني والتواصل مع فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة بجانب المسرح. We have received all presentations in advance and amendments on the day are discouraged. Quality submissions from the start are valued, emphasizing the importance on time management and precision. لقد تلقينا جميع العروض التقديمية سابقاً، ولا نشجع إجراء تعديلات اليوم، ونشدد على أهمية إدارة الوقت. EEG would like to make it very clear that we're strong believers in the quality of work, and we believe that submitting the right quality presentation from the beginning is very important, and that it teaches you to meet and respect time constraints and the vital importance of time management in an academic and corporate setting, or even at a personal level. If there are any requests for changes, judges will be informed and a total of 5 points will be deducted from the total score. The competition is scored out of 50 points, with each judge assessing based on clarity of speech, 10 points, originality of ideas, 15 points, evaluation of environmental impact and solutions, 15 points, presentation of research evidence, 10 points. تود مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة أن توضح تماماً أننا نؤمن بشدة بجودة العمل، ونحن نؤمن بأن تقديم العرض التقديمي النهائي من البداية أمر مهم للغاية، ويعلمك تلبية واحترام قيود الوقت واهتمامها في البيئية الأكاديمية والمؤسسية، أو حتى على المستوى الشخصي. إذا كان هناك أي طلب لإجراء تغييرات فسيتم إبلاغ الحكام وسيتم خصم 5 نقاط من مجموع النقاط. يتم تسجيل المسابقة من أصل 50 نقطة، حيث يقوم كل حكم بتقييمها بناء على وضوح الكلام 10 نقاط، أصالة الأفكار 15 نقطة، تقييم الأثر البيئي والحلول 15 نقطة، عرض أدلة البحث 10 نقاط. Throughout the day, we will have 3 breaks: a mid-morning refreshment break, a lunch break, and a mid-afternoon refreshment break during the judges' deliberation. سيكون هناك 3 فقرات للراحة اليوم: استراحة الصباح، واستراحة الغداء، واستراحة المرطبات لإصدار النتائج النهائية. Be conscious of time, be respectful to fellow participants, and maintain a conducive environment for optimal focus. Remember to switch off or silence your mobile phones, please. كن واعياً بالوقت، واحترم زملائك المشاركين، وحافظ على بيئة دائمة للتركيز الأمثل. تذكر أن تقوم بوضع هاتفك المحمول على وضع الصامت. Now, without further ado, let us commence with the presentations on the first topic of the day: environmental policies and regulations. Are they enough? والآن دعونا نبدأ بالعروض التقديمية حول الموضوع الأول لهذا اليوم: السياسات واللوائح البيئية، هل هي كافية؟ Our first presenting team is from University of Sharjah College of Communication in the UAE. Please initiate screen sharing and activate your cameras. Next team is going to be from University of Bolton and Ras Al Khaimah, Civil Engineering UAE. Please come and sit on the second row, please. University of Sharjah, you can start. We can hear you, yes.
All right, you can hear?
We can.
All right, fantastic. Okay. Hi, my name is Aya Zadoum. I'm a mass communication student from the University of Sharjah, and today we will be presenting on the topic environmental policies in the UAE. What are we doing and what more can be done? be without a territory to protect. And although the laws and policies pertaining to environmental protection can differ from one state to another, here in the UAE it is a much emphasized part of its federal constitution, with more than 90 decrees and laws pertaining to environmental protection and conservation. The question to ask itself is the following. How effective are the laws, policies, and regulations currently in place, and what new initiatives need to be adopted to fill the holes in those existing policies?
Let's begin with perhaps the most apparent and core regulations of the UAE's environment, its marine and agricultural regulations and policies. It's known that the Arabian Gulf has long provided the UAE with abundant sea life and was the source of income for much of the population. The UAE has placed much importance on the protection, regulation, and conservation of its ocean resources, implementing key policies such as Federal Law No. 23 of 1999 and its Ministerial Decree in 302 of 2001, which were issued to address the exploitation, conservation, and development of living aquatic resources in the UAE. And more recent recreational fishing law in 2023 by Abu Dhabi, which aims to employ specific requirements and licensing for recreational fishing and species that are permitted to be fished. In addition, the aquatic life policies will also touch on agricultural activities in regions such as Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah, Al Ain, and the Liwa Oasis. The UAE has a long agricultural history encountering numerous obstacles, including water scarcity, soil salinity, post-harvest losses. Despite these challenges, the UAE has achieved considerable advancements in the development of its agricultural industry since 1971. One of the main reasons for this can be traced with the implementation of hydroponic technology among cultivators as a priority by the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment to mitigate the problem of water scarcity. This technology not only prolongs the growing season, but also conserves as much as 70% of water and decreases reliance on hazardous chemicals. This environmentally sustainable method is currently implemented by 87 commercial farms in the UAE and is just one example of many initiatives taken to improve agricultural impact.
In addition to its rich marine ecology, the UAE is also blessed with its rich oil reserves, which have played a significant role in the nation's growth and development. However, we are also acutely aware of the environmental challenges associated with the extraction and consumption of fossil fuels. Addressing these challenges, the UAE has implemented stringent laws and regulations aimed at ensuring the responsible extraction of oil and promoting sustainability in this sector. One of the cornerstones of UAE's approach is the careful management of our natural resources. The UAE has implemented comprehensive environmental impact assessments and strict regulations to minimize the ecological footprint of oil extraction activities. These laws dictate the responsible use of water resources, protection of biodiversity, and measures to mitigate the emissions of greenhouse gases, thus ensuring the preservation of our delicate ecosystem. Furthermore, the UAE has been a front-runner in investing in renewable energy sources and technology by diversifying their energy mix to shy away from the excessive use of fossil fuels, which can harm the ecosystem. The UAE has also been in the forefront of adopting policies and regulations prioritizing a cleaner and greener future. Two key pieces of legislation, Federal Law No. 24 of 1999 and Federal Law No. 21 of 2005, stand as proof. The Environmental Protection and Development Law addresses various aspects of sustainability, including waste management. It lays down the framework for responsible disposal of waste, pollution control, and sustainable development. Complementing this commitment is Federal Law No. 21 of 2005, which focuses on the management of hazardous material and waste. It plays a crucial role in ensuring the safe handling, transportation, and disposal of hazardous waste. This law is a testament of the UAE's dedication to minimizing the environmental risks associated with waste materials. However, the UAE's dedication to sustainability extends beyond legislation, setting ambitious sustainability goals articulated in the UAE Green Agenda 2015 to 2030, outlining the country's vision for environmental stewardship, aiming to reduce waste, increasing recycling efforts, and minimizing ecological footprint. And the recognition that the environment is a shared global asset that extends past state borders. The UAE has made several notable agreements and partnerships with other countries to support sustainable energy initiatives, which include a partnership with Japan to explore its collaboration in renewable energy, aim to leverage Japan's technological expertise in areas such as hydrogen energy and solar power, and signing a memorandum of understanding with India to collaborate on renewable energy, including solar and wind power projects. They also developed policies such as the Ministerial Resolution number 229 of 2020, regulating the trade in expanded businesses across borders. The Ministerial Decree number 568 of 2013 on regulating the import of cattle, sheep, and goat from countries that have reported cases of the Schlumberger virus in the protection of its livestock. As a few examples of the interstate initiatives and regulations in place to protect the UAE's environment and biodiversity. Also safe to say that the UAE has not just placed emphasis on the implementation of environmental policies in the public sector, but also placed emphasis on policies for private business conduction in the private sector. For example, a municipality enacted fine of 100,000 dirhams for industries that did the improper disposal of their business and industrial waste, or also Thames Environmental Protection and Development Authority, which gave businesses that violated the environmental laws the option of planting trees instead of paying a fine under the government initiative to cut emissions, which expects 20 tons of CO2 to be absorbed during the first year of the scheme.
So it's safe to say that the UAE's environmental policies and regulations have been exemplary considering its current standing internationally, ranking the top in the Middle East and Environmental Performance Index published by Yale and Columbia, and the 39th place globally out of 180 nations included.
However, there is still room for improvement, and if applied correctly, the UAE will be able to establish itself as stable of environmental friendly policies. The first course of action is perhaps treating a ultimate source of the symptom, that is education. We believe that if the UAE were to implement a mandatory policy on education into its curriculum pertaining to the environmental protection, it can dramatically increase the amount of awareness-specific behavior in the UAE, environmentally awareness-specific behavior in the UAE, as 64% of emissions are caused by personal behaviors and improper choices that we make. Additionally, they can introduce carbon pricing mechanisms such as carbon tax or cap-and-trade system, which creates economic initiatives for individuals and businesses to reduce their carbon emissions. It can help internalize the environmental costs of carbon emissions and drive investment to its cleaner technologies and practices.
Finally, to take greater steps in the waste management sector, we believe the UAE should adopt a cooperative green dot scheme similar to the EU, binding manufacturers and distributors to take greater responsibilities in their materials, and to incentivize the public-private partnership for waste collection set up around the same time, which allows private companies to pick up household packages in parallel to the already existing municipal waste collection system.
To facilitate the first measure needed to be adopted is to increase the amount of recycling bins around the city, which allows separating trash into various different categories. First, general waste, paper, plastic, clear glass, color glass, composting, and much more.
Okay, such restarting systems enables the federal government to save money on waste disposal and management, and to manage it drastically to reduce the contamination of recycled materials, which would otherwise compromise entire batches of waste and prevent them from being recycled. As we move forward, we hope to look to the UAE as an example of a nation that is not only talking the talk, but walking the walk when it comes to preserving our environment and ecology for future generations. Thank you.
Our second presenting team is from University of Bolton Ras Al Khaimah, Civil Engineering UAE. As they make their way to the stage, let's extend our full attention and support. Next team is from the American University of Kuwait, College of Environment and Applied Sciences. Please come and sit on the second row.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to imagine standing on the precipice of a world where nature's beauty thrives, where our air is pure, our water clear, and our forests filled with life. A world where future generations can inherit an earth flourishing with biodiversity and sustainability. Now ask yourself, are our environmental laws doing enough to protect this vision? Good morning to you all. We are civil engineering students from the University of Bolton, Ras Al Khaimah, and today we are here to answer the question, environmental policies and regulations, are they enough?
Currently, many countries are transparent with their laws because they are releasing an annual environmental report that keeps track of their progress of their sustainable performance. It also includes information on the nation's power, water, and resource efficiency.
Now, when it comes to biodiversity, the laws that we have right now, such as the UAE federal laws, protects the development of marine, desert, grassland ecosystems, and biodiversity.
A major area that our environmental laws cover is net zero, where many countries have introduced new regulations to transition to net zero and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. For example, the UAE has implemented its Energy Strategy 2050 by adding green technologies such as solar parks and EV green chargers around the UAE.
As you can see, the environmental laws addresses transparency, preservation of biodiversity, and net zero. However, according to the IPCC AR6 Synthesis Report of 2023, the global net greenhouse gas emissions have been estimated to be 59 gigatons of carbon dioxide in 2019. That is 54% higher than what we had in the 1990s. And around 110 megatons of carbon emissions are produced daily. Emissions are not going down.
These emissions causes the 1.1 degrees Celsius increase in the global surface temperature from 2011 to 2020. It has been the warmest period we have had in 1,000 centuries. Just imagine that.
The climate change will continue to reduce our resources like physical water availability, agriculture production, repercussions in the livestock industry, and fishery yields annually. And it will also continue to intensify inland flooding, economy, and infrastructure damage. So, we have transparent regulations that help preserve our biodiversity and help support net zero. But what exactly is the problem?
See, for us, the regulations themselves are not the problem. Rather, it's the practical implementation of these laws that causes challenges. The way we remedy these challenges right now is what we call the conventional approach. When a company or an organization does not comply with the environmental regulations declared, they are held accountable and are penalized with fines, sanctions, criminal prosecution, or even imprisonment.
For example, in 2010, the British Petroleum faced these consequences for the disaster that they had caused, which is called the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, where 4 million barrels of oil were spilled in the Gulf of Mexico.
Due to this, BP paid $4.5 billion for civil and criminal fines, $5.5 billion USD for Clean Water Act fines, $20 billion for trust fund compensations, and $500 million for research commitments for the Gulf.
However, the problem with the conventional approach is that the money obtained through these fines is directed into the country's treasury, but not for the advancement of sustainable initiatives. As you can see, our environment is not being prioritized enough, and that addressing climate change still remains a challenge.
A member of the EU Parliament once said, "We are good midwives, but we are bad mothers." Just like environmental laws, we are good at passing and creating them. But when it comes to watching over those laws, we become incompetent.
So, why are the environmental laws still not enough to solve our climate problem?
Because there is a constant conflict between industrialization and environmental protection. When a country develops and its economy grows, its environmental state gets worse.
For example, the Niger Delta region. Extensive oil exploration causes the degradation of the environmental state of the country. Since they are a developing region, stopping the oil extraction means hindering the development of their environmental economy.
This trend can be seen in a research from 2010, which shows the environmental degradation using CO2 emissions versus development in the gross domestic product per capita. As you can see, emerging countries are just starting to develop, but have less environmental degradation compared to developing countries who are on the verge of being developed and has the highest amount of environmental degradation.
On the other side of the curve, we have developed countries because they have the highest GDPs, but they also have the lowest carbon emissions because of their green technology advancements.
This is an example of that constant conflict, where countries can stop their development just because of their environmental degradation. And the solution for this is a tunnel effect, where countries can go from being emerging to develop without having to sacrifice their environmental resources.
As students, we are taught in our universities to apply our theory into reality. So how do we make this happen?
For that, we are proposing the SUSTAIN framework, which stands for Sustainable Utilization of Strategies and Target Achievement and Inspection. So, what is SUSTAIN? It is a set of principles and steps which improves the continuous improvement of sustainable practices in a system. So, what we propose here is a strategy that requires developed countries with less environmental degradation to support funding in the forms of finance, carbon credits, environmental fines, and green technologies.
These finance and green technologies can be passed on to developing countries to help them reduce their emissions. This way, we can reduce the climate change impacts of those developing countries. And here is where the tunnel effect can turn into a reality.
Although this solution covers half of the problem, the question is who will implement the SUSTAIN framework?
A significant challenge that we have with the implementation of laws is the lack of oversight, the lack of ensuring that these rules are being followed as intended. Take, for example, the Flint water crisis. This was a public health disaster in America that was caused by the lack of oversight within the state's water supply switch decision.
This is a perfect example of the failure of regulatory oversight, wherein they failed to detect and report the lead contamination in the water for other agencies to act, which causes inadequate response.
So, to solve the issue of lack of oversight within each and every country, we are suggesting the Global Environmental Court. It is a theoretical concept of establishing an international legal court specifically designed to address all environmental cases on Earth. This is also similar to the International Court for the Environment Coalition, or the ICE Coalition.
The GEC that we want to implement incorporates independent oversight in every country and has the jurisdiction of all present environmental cases. This court would also keep track of the SUSTAIN framework progress and would have an enforcement body in every country.
So together, with both solutions combined, we would have the integrated approach, just like a structure where the members support each other. The integrated approach incorporates the SUSTAIN framework in every country and ensures that it is well implemented by the Global Environmental Court. This way, we can ensure that the environmental policies will be enough if implemented properly.
Now, we could have the best laws, the best strategies, and the best implementations. But it all starts from here. Saving the Earth begins when we realize that the big picture is that it starts with ourselves. Like any other environmental policy, the search for green practices starts at your home. So always remember this quote from Arthur Ashe. Start where you are.
Use what you have
And do what you can.
Which one is? What about the slides? How can I change the slides? Just take this green one.
It's working.
Test.
Test.
We apologize for the inconvenience. Our second presenting team is from the University of Bolton Ras Al Khaimah, Civil Engineering. American University of Kuwait, College of Engineering and Applied Sciences. As they make their way to the stage, let's extend our full attention and support. The next team is from the Aga Khan University Medical College in Pakistan. Please initiate the share screening and activate your cameras. Thank you.
Good morning. We're here to talk about harmony amidst diversity, strengthening environmental policies, and combating corruption.
السلام عليكم. معكم نور الدريهم من الكويت.
Parev, yes, Beatrice Melik-Setyanem, Hayastanen.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Alexandre Melien et je viens de France.
Merhaba, benim adım Muhammed Derviş, ben Türk'üm. No matter from which country we are, we're here to talk about a global concern, something that is affecting us as people for today, something that had affected our past generations, and something that will definitely affect our future generations, which is our Mother Nature.
Muhammad, since you talk about the Mother Nature, let me tell you a story about me and my mother. لما كنت صغيرة أنا أصغر واحدة من إخواني وخواتي. أنا الوحيدة اللي رضعت رضاعة طبيعية 3 سنين, which was abnormal, ما كان شيء طبيعي. أغلب الأطفال 1.5 سنة. فلما صار عمري 7 سنين أمي صار فيها كانسر بالثدي لأول مرة, وتم استئصال الثدي. بعدها لما كان عمري 12 سنة حاشا كانسر المرة الثانية بالرحم, وتم استئصال الرحم. فدائما أنا كوني طفلة وعقلية طفل ربطت موضوع الرضاعة اللي هي 3 سنين بموضوع الكانسر. فكان دائما في بالي إن I'm the reason, أنا السبب. بعدين لما كبرت استوعبت إن I'm not the reason. الغزو اللي صار على الكويت, حرق الآبار, السموك, الدخان الأسود, الغازات السامة, مثل ما أنتم تشوفون هني مبين كأنه ليل, بس it's يعني it's morning, it's not at night. فعشنا أشهر بظلام, ما شفنا الشمس. فبناء على هذه الأدخنة اللي طلعت من حرق الآبار, هذه سببت كانسر, زادت نسبة الكانسر بالكويت. يعني قبل الغزو عندنا مستشفى مكي جمعة للسرطان, ما كان في مرضى, كان فاضي, ما في مرضى, ما يعني نسبة الناس اللي فيها كانسر قليلة جدا. بعد الغزو نلاحظ زادت عندنا النسبة 1991 بعدها بال 95 زادت، 2005 زادت. طبعا حالات الكانسر اللي الحين عندنا بالكويت ما في احد ما يعرف احد في كانسر. نو واي. كل شخص فينا يعرف احد في كانسر. مستشفى مكي جمعه لما تدخلونه يعني المرضى اللي فيه من كل الاعمار، 4 سنين، 10 سنين، teenagers, adults، كل الاعمار. فالسبب مو انا، السبب حرق الآبار والتلوث اللي صار. متى استوعبت هذه الفكرة؟ لما كبرت حاش أمي كانسر للمرة الثالثة بالغدة، تم استئصال الغدة. هني اللي قعدت أفكر، قعدت أستنتج، قلت لا، it's not me. environment، الدمار اللي صار بالبيئة. موضوع ان اصابه امي بالكانسر هذا شيء سبب لي عقده نفسيه، اعترف. صار فيني ان انا دائما من داخلي ان انا خايفه ان انا افقدها طول الوقت. يعني انا ربيت في بالي فكره ان انا سبب كانسر امي، وربيت ان انا بخوف ان انا افقد امي باي لحظه. فالحرب اثرت وايد، اثرت بالناس اللي كانت موجوده وبالجنريشنز اللي جايين. ومثال على ذلك غزه. ما راح نتكلم عن الوفيات اللي قاعد تصير، ولا راح نتكلم عن الهدام المعماري، ولا راح نتكلم عن الاقتصاد. We are not going to talk about this. راح نتكلم عن قنابل الفسفور، قنابل الفسفور الابيض. لما رمت هذه القنابل احنا هني لازم نودع شيء اسمه شنو؟ تربه، مياه. المياه اصبحت ملوثه، التربه غير صالحه للزراعه. فتدمرت البيئه وستيل قاعد تدمر البيئه. فاحنا هني عشان نتكلم عن policies globally، بس these policies are applied. I don't see this. I don't see this. This is my story. Thank you.
I'm very sorry to hear that, Noor. But how come nobody does anything about it? Don't we have so many regulations and policies in place all around the world already?
We do. Actually, there's many policies and regulations in place worldwide already. But the incredible amounts of corruption ends up affecting these policies so badly that most of them are never enforced.
Alex is right. Did you know that in the early 2010s, people started filing Roundup lawsuits claiming that the weed killer that they had used caused them to develop cancer?
Mohanad, can you tell us more about Roundup lawsuits?
Of course. Monsanto Company has agreed to plead guilty to charges that they had used a glufosinate ammonium-based pesticide sold as forfeit to 180 on cornfields in Hawaii. Many people said that using Roundup caused them to develop cancer. Some big organizations, like the World Health Organization, said that using Roundup might actually be dangerous. After that, a lot of people went out and started suing Monsanto for these lawsuits.
And so can you tell us more about these lawsuits? Are there any famous ones that you can think of?
Of course. In 2018, Bayer took over Monsanto's cases. In 2020, Bayer agreed to pay more than 10 billions to settle many of the lawsuits. As you can see here in the picture, the jury awarded this guy, named by Dwayne Johnson, around 289 millions, as he had developed lung cancer after the usage of Roundup products. After that, the jury said that now he can live the rest of his life comfortably. After all of these lawsuits, people started arguing whether Roundup is still safe or not. Some government groups said that it is okay to be used, but some others started doubting themselves, started to choosing more wisely when it comes to purchasing such products.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go off topic real quick, but I need to get this off my chest. I've known this guy for a long time now, and for the first time in his life, he is right. Because I also heard something that recently happened with ExxonMobil. According to documents, ExxonMobil knew that their products were causing global warming since the late 1970s. And 10 years later, the business funded an effort to mislead the public and shareholders about the dangers and reality of climate change, while ignoring the advice of its own experts. Now that ExxonMobil is under further investigations, there are increasing calls to make the company responsible for its misleading practices.
But were there ever any legal repercussions? Were they ever punished for misleading us?
The lawsuits are still in progress. The government of America is seeking $1.5 billion in damages to help fund climate change solutions. ExxonMobil has also pledged to give $17 billion by 2027 to climate change initiatives.
Really, it sounds like we need a global campaign in order to move forward.
Alex, how that campaign will make us move forward?
Well, in my opinion, it is everybody's duty to practice the 3 canons of advocacy, transparency, and accountability if we want to hope to move forward.
Fighting corruptions in environmental regulations worldwide requires a comprehensive approach. To address this issue, first, we need to acknowledge the problem and its adverse effects. Second, we need to develop solid frameworks and ensure transparency.
We have to protect whistleblowers and establish independent oversight. These people are our only hope, and they're the only ones who are working with their hearts. We also have to train officials and empower civil society.
I would say promote international collaboration, spread the awareness, develop technology, greens technology. It will be helpful.
We should also foster political will, leadership, and ensure we are all aligned on international agreements and sustainable development goals, as well as supporting countries with limited resources and continuously measuring progress. Hopefully, this strategy will help us create a transparent policy that will help enforce environmental regulations and spread public awareness globally against corruption.
We conclude by pleading with you guys to support our cause. Our Earth deserves to have a sustainable future if we work together to change things.
The Earth does not belong to us, we belong to Earth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenting team is from the Aga Khan University Medical College in Pakistan. Please initiate your share screening and prepare your cameras. The next team... please wait 1 minute. Mute yourself. The next presenting team is from King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Center of Research and Social Sciences. Please come to the second row. Okay, you may start.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, I will start my presentation. Yeah. We can hear them back.
Please go ahead. You may start now.
All right, so I'll start my presentation. Environmental policies and regulations are the end. So before we start, I would like to define the environment. So the environment is defined as the surroundings or conditions in which an organism lives or operates, referring to both abiotic, that is non-living, and abiotic living factors. So if we look at the environment by this definition, we can see that the environment is not only restricted to a country, however, it is the entire world, or all of our environments. So in terms of environmental policy, we strongly believe that these policies and regulations are not enough. Before we mention all the agreements, we must note that all of them revolve around the Sustainable Development Goals, which were drafted during the 1992 UN conference, and that is also what this event revolves around. So, To define policy, policy is basically an overarching set of principles or guidelines that help to make decisions. Using those policies, we will protocols. Protocols are the specific rules or procedures that dictate how particular tasks or processes should be carried out. Once we have these drafted, we come to an agreement, which is a mutual understanding between parties, which is formalized in a legal document, which outlines what terms and conditions that implies. However, this definition is problematic because it is an agreement. So there's no consequence. There's no reason that everyone should abide by this. So in terms of the environment, what issues do we have to face? First off, global warming is increasing and greenhouse gases causing snowcaps to melt and sea levels to rise, which results in an overall loss of biodiversity because we are losing land, just rising sea levels. So major environmental policies we'll discuss are Glasgow Pact, the Paris Agreement, the Montreal Protocol, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Geneva Convention. In terms of key areas of action, we need to make our water use more efficient as well as our energy use, because that way we can use less fossil fuels and help to limit the consequences of climate change.
Okay, so we'd like to begin with the Glasgow Pact, which committed to increasing financing of international climate funding, accelerating the development of clean technologies and export to developing nations, and increasing public awareness around climate change, and also a commitment towards combating deforestation. And so let's talk about the context around COP26 and what it managed to achieve and what its objectives were. So the major achievement was the phasing out of 750 coal power plants, accounting for 550 gigawatts all around the world. But this only accounted for a quarter of the total coal power that is considered to be operational globally. Even though this is a big, huge achievement, which was signed upon by like 40 countries, you had major polluters such as China, India, the United States, and Australia, which are responsible for global coal consumption. They did not agree on coal phase outs, and the reasons for these. And also in China and Australia, especially Australia, relies heavily on the export of coal. Have the financing. So Glasgow reiterated its commitment for $100 billion every year, and so that's an immensely better achievement. And then you have carbon markets. So Glasgow COP26, they managed to close down as in double counting and also on deforestation. And then we have the Minamata Convention, which promoted cleaner mining technologies to eliminate mercury out of its mining system. And the reason why Minamata Convention and the Montreal Protocol were particularly successful is because they focus on singular concept. The Minamata Convention focused on eliminating mercury, whereas the Montreal Protocol focused on eliminating CFCs and HFCs from the environment. And the Montreal Protocol was particularly successful because it only involved around 18 companies, which, for example, DuPont and all of these companies. And this was a miraculous change. This was like an unprecedented amount of cooperation among countries.
So are these policies good enough? That's what we need to consider. So we've mentioned how certain Montreal or Minamata Convention work. The goal of these policies is the well-being of people, right? And how do we achieve that well-being of people? That well-being is achieved by well-being of the planet. In the Montreal Accord, there was miraculous collaboration between global leadership that allowed it to succeed, that allowed Minamata to succeed. So when coming to solutions, what do we need to look at? The policies that we're going to have, they need to have a significant number of signatories. Whoever signs up for the policy, there needs to be a large number. Then again, there needs to be a self-reporting mechanism. The nationally determined contributors set up by the UN are a mechanism of reporting the progress of that particular protocol or agreement. Then again, you need to consider right to development. If you start phasing out coal in developing countries and ask them to switch to more expensive fuel options, which are renewable energy, it would be unfair to them because currently developed countries built their industrial systems on these fuel sources, right? And then again, you need to also understand that when setting up a policy, the policy makers need to identify barriers, lack of political will, lack of scientific or technological availability, and you need to also take into account corruption that is very prevalent in these countries. Then again, before drawing out policies, the authorities need to understand that they must always identify direct and indirect consumers, right? In case of the Montreal Accord, when they had CFCs, you identified why would the sellers replace their products of refrigerators, of air conditioners with new products? Why would the consumer buy the non-CFC refrigerator, the non-CFC air conditioner? Was it better technology? Was it cheaper? So this is why you need to understand. Then each policy must be very specific. They need to identify certain issues. Montreal determined the ozone layer. Minamata had heavy metal pollution. The policies we have right now are very broad, and since they're very broad, they have little impact because countries, one, have problems understanding them. Secondly, the implementation is difficult because once they don't have the mechanism, they can't set up big goals. Then again, you need to break it down to specific goals. Why are the Sustainable Development Goals successful? They are built down, they're broken down into smaller pieces. They're identifying simpler issues like education, like water pollution, like aquatic life. So you need to have specific goals. Then again, you need to take into account, like, we're discussing Conference of Parties 28 that is going to be held in the UAE. Let's go a year back. Conference of Parties 27, Loss and Damage Fund, held by Pakistan, led by Pakistan. It made developed countries commit to provide funding. But that funding has never reached us. Why? Because the mechanism is quite difficult. You have to provide certain amount of documentation. You have to provide so much information. The entire process becomes very tedious for organizations to follow. One, you need to make that easy, right? And then you need to transfer technology. Why is transfer of technology important? Transfer of technology is important because you need to provide developing countries that mechanism from developed countries like carbon capture, carbon storage, sustainable and affordable agriculture, renewable energy sources. Once you transfer the technology, then again, you can have simpler solutions. So you need global cooperation. You need to make targets smaller, specific targets. You need to have greater stakeholder engagement to commit them. And then you need to have a connection in the environment, right? So when the UAE holds the Tour Conference of Parties 28, we would really like that you take our Hulk into your account and take its policies of having specific goals, having easier mechanisms of implementing those goals, and understanding that it's a global ecosystem. You just can't keep talking about what is happening in the UAE, what is happening in Indonesia specifically, but rather you need to take it into a more holistic account that everybody is affected by this and it's global responsibility. When do we make that global responsibility matter? When we're engaging stakeholders, we're engaging politicians, and we're engaging the people. And with that, I'd like to end our presentation. Thank you very much.
The next team presenting is King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, Center of Research and Social Sciences, KSA. Our next team is from University of Mohammed bin Zayed University for Humanities, Environment and Sustainability Club. Please join the second row.
بسم الله وعلى اسم الله. بادئ ذي بدء نتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لمجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة لاختيارنا للمشاركة في الدورة 23 لمسابقة الخطابة البيئية. ونثمن عاليا النهج التنظيمي الذي تتبعه المجموعة من حيث القواعد والتنظيمات التي تقوم بها.
هذه الأرقام ليست عدد حلقات ون بيس، وليست عدد أهداف منتخب البرازيل منذ إنشائه.
هذه مجموع السياسات البيئية المعمول بها حول العالم.
يقول أكثر العلماء أن الاحترار العالمي يتنامى في ارتفاع ينذر بخطر كبير.
فهم يتوقعون أنه خلال ال5 سنوات القادمة سنتجاوز درجة 1.5 من الاحترار العالمي.
ولكن اسمحوا لنا أن نتساءل، ماذا يعني تجاوزنا لدرجة 1.5 من الاحترار العالمي يا فاطمة؟
كم يؤسفني يا طارق أن ذلك يعني مجموعة من المصائب كذوبان الجليد وارتفاع مستوى البحار واختفاء عدد من الدول الجزرية وغيرها من الكوارث.
إننا في هذا اليوم نعيش فترة ذهبية تبلغ الإنجازات المحققة فيها يوما بعد يوم أعلى تسجيل لها. فعلى صعيد رسم السياسات مثلا نحقق أسمى تجدد، وسن التشريعات يستمر في التطور والتقدم.
ومع هذا الزخم الكبير يثبت الحاضر وبالحجة والبرهان منذ السبعينات أن حرارة الأرض تزداد كلما تزايدت هذه التشريعات والسياسات. فهل يعقل وجود علاقة طردية بين ارتفاع درجة حرارة الأرض وازدياد السياسات والتشريعات؟ بالطبع لا، بل أن الأدلة البحثية تثبت ذلك، والتي سنستعرضها معكم في ختام هذا العرض.
ذلك أن أفضل وأكرم التوقعات تشير إلى أن يصل الارتفاع عند درجة 1.8، بل أن هذا الحد في أساسه موضع شك وريب.
إذن ما العمل؟ وكيف يمكننا حل هذه المشكلة؟ وهل زيادة السياسات وسن التشريعات تعد حلولا كافية لدرء مثل هذه المشكلات؟
لاحظوا معي، تملك فرنسا وهي أحد دول الشمال المتقدم أكثر من 200 سياسة، بينما وفي الضفة الأخرى أحد دول الجنوب النامية لا تملك غير سياسة واحدة يتيمة.
وبالتالي يتضح للجميع وجود مشكلة كبيرة تكمن في مدى كفاءة وضع السياسات والتشريعات وتطبيقها على الدول النامية.
فنحن نجد دول الشمال المتقدم تعرض على دول الجنوب حلولا لا تتناسب مع الإمكانات والقدرات التي لديها، وبالتالي تكون كل سياسة وتشريع مصيرها الفشل التام.
ولذلك لا يكفي أن نزيد عدد السياسات والتشريعات دون أن نعمل على زيادة الوعي البيئي لدى المجتمعات، ومن ثم نطور المهارات اللازمة لمجابهة هذه المشكلات، لأن أبناء هذه الدول يفتقرون للمهارات والقدرات التي تمكنهم من تدارك الكوارث البيئية المحيطة بهم.
دعوني أن أعرف رأيكم، هل تعد هذه الحلول كافية لدرء مثل هذه المشكلات؟ في الحقيقة يثبت الواقع وبالحجة والبرهان أن هذه الحلول لا تكفي، فلا بد لنا من حل مركب تكون الإرادة السياسية أساسه، والدعم والتمويل عماده، والإرادة السياسية والاستقلالية ركناه، وتشيد واجهته بمرونة وتسارع كبير.
وتأسيسا على ذلك وللحاجة الماسة للتمويل، يؤمن فريقنا بضرورة إنشاء صندوق وقف دولي بيئي يحظى برعاية وإشراف عالمي، يهتم بتمويل المشاريع البيئية عبر هذا الوقف، لأن الوقف يتميز بتنظيم داخلي قوي يمنع الواقف من التصرف بماله الموقوف، ويحفظ مال الوقف وينميه، ويضمن إيفاء الريع إلى مستحقيه.
ونشهد جميعا في تاريخ المسلمين الطويل وعلى مر العصور تفعيل دور الأوقاف في مختلف المجالات، فوجودها دائما يعزز من تفعيل دور المجتمعات، ويعد رافدا قويا لتطوير الحضارات، وعاملا يكافح تفاقم المشكلات.
ففكرة صندوق الوقف الدولي البيئي لها طبيعة خاصة تحجم من كرة مشاكل هائجة تعاني منها أغلب دول العالم، ومن خلالها تحقق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وعمل المناخ، وتسرع من تجويد وكفاءة النتائج لتحقيق غايات رسمتها دولنا في اتفاقية باريس ونيويورك.
نحن جميعا لا ننسى صور آثار الدمار والخراب التي خلفتها الزلازل والفيضانات والأوبئة، والجميع لا يمكن أن يتجاهل تهالك العوامل البيئية نتيجة لهذه الكوارث الطبيعية.
نقف أمامكم اليوم وخلفنا 8 سنوات لم يحقق فيها غير ما نسبته 15% من أهداف التنمية المستدامة. فهل يا ترى سنحقق في ال7 سنوات المقبلة مستهدفات رسمناها من قبل؟
المشاكل غير المعتادة تحتاج حلولا غير معتادة. بالتأكيد لن يتحقق المستهدف بذات الخطوات والسياسات القائمة، ففي وضعنا الراهن أصبحت الحاجة ماسة لحلول تتبع نهجا أصيلا، ومن هنا يراهن فريقنا على فكرة تأسيس الصندوق الوقف الدولي البيئي للحد من كوارث ناء بحملها كوكبنا الجميل.
وأساسا لكل ذلك تظهر أمامكم الأدلة البحثية والمصادر العلمية التي تتضافر من عدة أبحاث ومراجع علمية على كل ما شرحناه.
إننا في كوكب واحد، إننا في كوكب واحد كغرفة واحدة، إذا تلوث جانب منها انتشر التلوث في أرجائها جميعا، معا سويا
لكوكب آمن.
Our next presenting team is from Hamad bin Zayed University for Humanities, Environment and Sustainability Club in the UAE. Our next team is from the Higher Colleges of Technology, Fujairah Women's Campus, General Studies in the UAE. Please come sit in the front row. العرض الآن لدينا هو من جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية، نادي البيئة والاستدامة، دولة الإمارات. الفريق التالي هو من كليات التقنية العليا، كلية الطالبات بالفجيرة، الدراسات العامة، دولة الإمارات. الرجاء الانضمام إلينا والجلوس في الصف الثاني، وشكراً.
من جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية، ألقي عليكم السلام. السلام عليكم ورحمة من الله تعالى وبركته، وبسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق والأنبياء والمرسلين، وبعد. بداية اسمحوا لي أن أعرفكم بنفسي، أخوكم محمد طالب الشحي. حللتم أهلا في دار زايد. زايد بطل الأرض ومحارب الصحراء ورجل البيئة. سنتطرق اليوم حول موضوع مهم، ألا وهو الذي تحت عنوان اللوائح والسياسات البيئية، هل هي كافية؟ وسوف نبحر حول 3 محاور رئيسية. أولها تعريف السياسات واللوائح البيئية. ثانياً المصاعب التي واجهت المهتمين بالبيئة. ثالثاً صور من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. لألقي عليكم أولاً سؤال: ما هو تعريف السياسات واللوائح البيئية؟ هي مجموعة من القوانين التي تهتم بالبيئة والتي تحافظ بدورها على البيئة للأجيال الحالية والمستقبلية، وتختلف القوانين من دولة إلى أخرى. وعلى ضرب من الأمثلة اسمحوا لي أن أبحر بكم أكثر حول هذا العنوان. أولاً تقليل انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة. حددت هدف دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بتخفيض نسبة الغازات الدفيئة إلى 40% بحلول 2030 للحد من الاحتباس الحراري مثل ثاني أكسيد الكربون. ثانياً حماية المسطحات المائية. تهدف هذه السياسة إلى حماية البحار والأنهار والبحيرات من التلوث وحماية الحياة البيولوجية فيها. ثالثاً إدارة النفايات. تهتم هذه السياسة أيضاً بدورها إلى الإرشادات حول كيفية التخلص الآمن من النفايات وإعادة تدويرها.
قبل أن أتطرق للحديث في المحور الثاني وهو بعنوان العقبات التي تواجه المهتمين بالبيئة، دعوني أطرح سؤالا: برأيكم ما هي العقبات التي تواجه المهتمين بالبيئة؟ إن هذا المحور يستند على 3 نقاط رئيسة. أولاً الأنواع الغريبة الغازية، ونعني الكائنات الحية الدخيلة على المجتمعات الأخرى التي شكلت سلباً على الكائنات الحية والبيئة نفسها. ثانياً التلوث الهوائي. كما تعلمون أن التلوث الهوائي من العوامل التي تشكل خطراً وتهديداً لكوكبنا الجميل، وعليه يجب علينا أن نحافظ من خلال خفض مستويات الوقود واستبدالها بطرق سلمية تحافظ على البيئة، وأيضاً خفض من معدل حرق الغابات في الدول الأخرى. ثالثاً موارد مائية محدودة. ماذا أعني بهذه الجملة؟ كما تعلمون في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أن مصادر المياه العذبة قليلة جداً، ولذلك لجأت الحكومة الرشيدة والجهات المختصة كوزارة التغير المناخي إلى استحداث طرق أخرى للاستفادة من الموارد الطبيعية مثل الاستمطار. وماذا نعني بالاستمطار؟ هو تلقيح الغيوم للحصول على المياه. ثانياً تحلية مياه البحر للاستفادة منه بالطرق الصحية التي تفيد البشرية.
يا إلهي يا إلهي، الكثير من المعلومات والكثير من المصطلحات، ولكن هنا نرى المحور الذي سوف يعطيكم أسلوب الإمارات والصور والمنجزات التي بسطت من الجبال وجعلتها سهلة نستطيع جميعا المشي فيها بسلاسة وأريحية، رغم أننا لو تكلمنا عنها قبل 20 سنة مثلا 30 سيقولون إنه ضرب من الجنون. ولكن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة سطرت اليوم صورا في التنمية والاستدامة وفي الحلول. نعم، على خطى والدنا الشيخ زايد رحمه الله، على خطاه نهجت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فقالوا له بأنها صحراء وعرة صعبة الزراعة بل يستحيل أن تكون هذه واحة خضراء. ولكن إذا نظرنا اليوم نرى ما تكلمت عنه في البداية، وهو من المصطلحات الصعبة ومن الأشياء المستحيلة. عند الإنسان لا شيء مستحيل. إذا تكلمنا عن السياسات واللوائح البيئية فلا بد أن نذكر وزارة التغير المناخي والبيئة التي شكلت سياسات متعددة لجميع القطاعات، وأنشأت الكثير من المؤتمرات الدولية الإقليمية منها كثير من المؤتمرات الإقليمية والدولية لتعزيز مفهوم الاستدامة لدى كل فرد. يحضرني مثال بسيط أو مقولة مستخدمة: نحن نفكر عالمياً ونعمل محلياً. إذا عملت فسوف يرى الناس عملك ويقتدون به. إذن فلنكن تجربة متميزة وليأخذ الآخرون منا ولنتعلم من الآخرين. قوانين التدريج مثلا، سوف نتكلم عن قانون بسيط: قوانين التدريج لاستخدام الأكياس البلاستيكية الأحادية الاستخدام. موضوع بسيط، قانون بسيط، ولكنه اليوم شكل فرقا كبيرا. تخيلوا معي 500 مليار كيس بلاستيكي. هل تخيلتم؟ هل يشكل جبلا؟ أم ملعب كرة قدم؟ نعم، إنها كمية كبيرة، ولكن اليوم في أبو ظبي يتم التخلص من هذه الكمية بهذا القانون يومياً. 500 مليار من الأكياس الأحادية الاستخدام. ومن منا لم يكن يستخدم الأكياس؟ شيء بسيط ودائم، ولكن قانون بسيط شكل فرقاً كبيراً. وكذلك الاهتمام بالمحميات الطبيعية، فأصبحت كما قلنا آنفاً أصبحت دولة الإمارات اليوم واحة خضراء. فنحن نستطيع، وهذا حدث قبل 5 عقود برؤية فذة من المغفور له الشيخ زايد. سطرت هذه الرؤية في جميع المجتمع فكرة الاهتمام بالبيئة والمحافظة عليها، وكذلك الجمعيات والحقوق كذلك الجمعيات المدنية شكلت شيئا مهما ونموذجا رائعا. فاليوم الإمارات شكلت نموذجا رائعا سياسة وتنفيذا، حكومة وشعبا، مواطنين ومقيمين.
شكرا جزيلا أمين. وأخيرا ولا أقول الختام، لأن دولتنا وقيادتنا الرشيدة لن تتوقف بإنجازاتها ودورها الفعال من أجل تحقيق بيئة نظيفة صحية وآمنة، وذلك من خلال القوانين والإرشادات واللوائح التي تضعها لتعزيز الوعي بدور البيئة، لتعزيز الوعي بأهمية البيئة، وذلك من خلال تشجيع أفراد المجتمع على الإحساس بعظم المسؤولية عن دور البيئة والحفاظ على مواردها الطبيعية لبناء مجتمع مبني على بيئة نظيفة ومستدامة. وقبل أن أنهي لا بد من ذكر قول الوالد المؤسس المغفور له الشيخ زايد طيب الله ثراه: رجل البيئة الأول. المحافظة على البيئة التزام وواجب مقدس. شكرا جزيلا.
Please welcome on stage the Higher Colleges of Technology, Fujairah Women's Campus, General Studies in the UAE. Our next team presenting is from King Abdulaziz University, Rabigh, Civil and Environmental Engineering in KSA. Please initiate screen sharing and activate your cameras. فريق العرض الأول لدينا هو من جامعة كليات التقنية العليا كلية الطالبات بالفجيرة، الدراسات العامة، دولة الإمارات. الفريق الثاني هو من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز رابغ، الهندسة المدنية والبيئية في السعودية. شكراً.
السلام عليكم يا الدو، ايش حالك؟
هلا ببنتي، هلا هلا هلا. ايش حالك حمدة حبيبتي؟ ايش حالك؟
الحمد لله بخير يا الدو، انت ايش حالك؟
الحمد لله انا بخير الحمد
يا
لله.
الدو سمعتي بالاخبار اللي في التلفزيون؟
الاخبار؟ لا والله يا بنتي ما سمعنا شيء.
خلاص اوكي، الحين بنشوف الاخبار في التلفزيون ويا بعض.
يلا يا بنتي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم المذيعة نوف بأخبار جميلة عن دولتنا الحبيبة. ستستضيف إماراتنا الحبيبة مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة المعني بتغيير المناخ كوب 28 لتحقيق أمثل المعايير لجودة الحياة. الملف الإماراتي سيعتمد على مكونات جديدة وعمل مستمر وخطة واضحة لحمايته. دولة الإمارات ستستضيف كوب 28 في الفترة من 30 نوفمبر إلى 12 ديسمبر 2023 في إكسبو دبي، لتولي دولة الإمارات قضية تغير المناخ وحماية البيئة أهمية كبرى. والآن نترككم بحماس مع العرض التقديمي.
Okay, indeed. Thanks to our leaders. It's one of the biggest achievements here in the UAE. Thanks to our leaders to provide such a good opportunity to us as students to discuss the environmental issues and to address the solutions that we may find that it will be as helpful as possible to our environment. And these are some of the contents that we will discuss for today, and we will try as best as we can to highlight them. For our inspiration, when it comes to our inspiration, our father, our aspiring ruler, His Highness, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, may his soul rest in peace, was protective to the environment surrounded by him. So it is our duty, it is our job as Emirati citizens to follow his duty, to follow his legacy in order to build a green land. So when it comes to COP28 UAE, it is an honor as an Emirati citizen to follow the legacy, to be one of the first Arabic country that hosts this conference. When it comes to Expo 2020, the reason why we chose Expo 2020 because it is an inspiring buildings, because it has a sustainable features so that it can help our environment to be a sustainable world. When it comes to organization and organizing events, We believe that we need to target young people to follow the legacy, and so we did. We tried as much as we can to target individuals, young learners, to follow this great journey in order to build a green environment and a green, sustainable world. So now we will present a video that shows our work targeting young individuals. So that was the end of the video. I really hope you enjoyed it. This video took place outside our campus because our college gave us the chance, the opportunity to film our experiences with these young treasures. So the question for today is, why are we here?
Okay, Hiba, before I answer to your question, I want to ask you, the audience and the judges, what do you think? Do you think it is enough? If you think it is enough, if you think it's enough, come and see our reality in Fujairah. See what's happened to us. I will not say anything. I want you to watch what's happened to us. And tell me after that, do you think it's enough? Can you play the video, please? This is our reality. This is what happened to us. A mother did not sleep until the morning waiting for his son come back. Many of our students were not able to attend their school. Can you imagine? This is something happened to us. This is something happened in the UAE. So before I give you the solution, we conduct a survey for our communities, our friends, our families as well. And from the response, we can see that our youth are interested about the environment. They truly want to take action. They truly want to be part of saving the environment. So here we ask this in the survey, do you think your Emirates need a youth council?
So now you may wonder, why did we choose this name? We chose this name is because we believe that young people are the people who are going to take our generation to the next step. So now we are focusing on people, the young generation, to help to build a sustainable world.
So Sheikh Mohammed Barat has always inspired us as young people. He always said that young people has the power. Young people can take the lead and come up with a new solution.
So when it comes to the impact of our youth council, we believe that the reason why we chose young students, young learners, young people, young treasures to help to build a sustainable world is because we believe that they have creative ideas and we can help them, aspire them to become leaders in their future life. And also, with our youth council, all the voices will be heard.
Okay, so this is for you. If we can at least have 2 young people from each city to present their city.
Okay, so now how can youth address the environmental issues? We believe that we can help by improving the educational improvements, educational awareness in the school, so that we can help to build a sustainable community, and to also to aspire to be one of the future generations.
So this is one of our solutions, is to have application. For this application, we can collaborate with youth council. We can collaborate, and for example, if youth council have workshops, online session, they can inform us by this application.
So for our conclusion, we believe that young learners have the ability to build a strong community. We are responsible, we are here. We want young students to build the future because we believe that we can, and also we will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Please present King Abdul.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم
السلام.
السلام.
بكل خير. أيمن القحطاني ومعي أحمد بازهير.
ممكن مشاركة الشاشة؟ Okay, you may start. Please share your screen with us.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. ومعي زميلي حسان السلمي وزميلي أحمد بازهير. قدمنا إليكم اليوم من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز فرع رابغ من كلية الهندسة قسم الهندسة المدنية والبيئية لنقدم لكم موضوعنا، وهو بعنوان السياسات واللوائح البيئية، وهل هي كافية أم لا؟ ما بين طرفة عين وانتباهتها يبدل الله من حال إلى حال. ربما يعتقد بعضنا عندما ينام تحت سقف منزله وفي محيطه الهادئ أنه يعيش بأمان وراحة بال، ولكنه لا يعلم بالخطر الذي يحيط بنا. إنه الخطر الصامت، الخطر الذي خلقه الله ولا نراه، ولكننا نرى تأثيره علينا بصنع أيدينا. إنني أتحدث عن تغير المناخ. إن عدنا إلى أساسه فالمناخ هو الحالة الشاملة للطقس في منطقة معينة على مدار الزمن، ويشمل العديد من عوامل الجو، ومنها درجة الحرارة والرطوبة واتجاه الرياح وتوزيعات الأمطار على مناطق الكرة الأرضية.
هل تعلمون كيف يؤثر علينا الخطر الصامت؟ لقد رأينا في الآونة الأخيرة العديد من الأحداث التي أثرت سلبا وفي المقام الأول على حياة البشر واقتصاد الدول، وأصبحت موجات الحرارة الأكثر شيوعا منذ عصر ما قبل الصناعة. وكان عام 2022 بمثابة صدمة للجميع، بداية من النصف الشمالي للكرة الأرضية، حيث اجتاحت أوروبا أرقاما غير مسبوقة أدت إلى حرائق الغابات في غرب الولايات المتحدة، وحرائق الغابات في أستراليا وكندا أيضا. وإن ذهبنا إلى غرب ووسط إفريقيا فقد أثر هطول الأمطار على 5 ملايين نسمة في هذا العام، وسجلت نيجيريا 600 حالة وفاة، ومن بينها 192 حالة كانت بسبب تدمير المنازل أو الغرق في الفيضانات، وأثرت سلبيا على 1,300,000 نسمة. وأيضا في عام 2022 جاء إلى باكستان العديد من الفيضانات، خاصة في أغسطس 2022، حيث كان ثلث البلاد تحت الماء، وقد تأثر منها 33 مليون نسمة في الدولة التي يبلغ عدد سكانها 220 مليون نسمة. وجميعنا شاهدنا في الآونة الأخيرة حادثة درنا التي حدثت بسبب زيادة معدل هطول الأمطار، وجرفت الفيضانات قرابة 25% من المدينة إلى البحر. ويقول الخبراء أنه في بعض المواسم ترتفع درجة الحرارة في القطب الشمالي أسرع ب3 مرات عن بقية دول العالم. وهناك مخاوف من غرق بعض المدن والجزر مثل جزر المالديف ومدينة بغداد. أرقام وحقائق جعلتنا نتساءل: ما إذا كانت بعض المدن ستكون صالحة للعيش في غضون 50 أو 100 سنة القادمة؟ ولماذا إلى الآن لا يوجد حل لمعالجة تغير المناخ؟
باعتمادنا المستمر على الوقود الأحفوري مع ارتفاع استخدام الطاقة في جميع أنحاء العالم سيؤدي إلى زيادة الحرارة من 4 إلى 6 درجات بحلول عام 2100، مما يعني عواقب كارثية بينها الجفاف الشديد والفيضانات الكبرى وموجات الحر المدمرة. بينما أكثر المتورطين بإعدام الكوكب جراء الاحتباس الحراري بحسب الإحصائيات هي دولة الصين، التي تعد أكبر دولة تنتج ثاني أكسيد الكربون، فكان لها نصيب الأسد بنسبة تتجاوز 28% من إجمالي الإنتاج العالمي، تليها الولايات المتحدة بنحو أكثر من 15%. موت مضحك يتألق في الآفاق. ما نعرفه اليوم من العالم سيتغير سريعا جراء التغيرات المناخية عن الاحتباس الحراري. ورغم أن 12 من ديسمبر عام 2015 ما زال يوما تاريخيا، حيث كانت اتفاقية باريس التي وقعت بين العديد من الدول كأول اتفاقية ملزمة قانونيا بخفض الانبعاثات لإبقاء معدل درجات الحرارة دون درجتين مئويتين مقارنة بعصر ما قبل الصناعة. إلا أن تخلي دول عدة عن التزاماتها مثل الولايات المتحدة واستمرار النشاطات اليومية المؤذية للإنسان جعلت الاحتباس الحراري يستمر بالتلويح بقتل الأرض مدفوعا بغازات تعد السلاح القاتل له في غفلة من الإنسان. ووفق منظمة تعقب نشاط الكربون الدولية بحسب دراسة بحثية لجامعة فان، فإن غاز الميثان المسمى بغاز الضحك لا يدعو للضحك أبدا، فهو صاحب التأثير الأكبر الذي يدعونا لربما للبكاء على المناخ بعد ثاني أكسيد الكربون. ويتكون الميثان بنسبة 40% من المصادر الطبيعية، وفيما نسبة 60% مصدرها بشري كالأنشطة الزراعية ومعالجة النفايات وصناعة الفحم والنفط. رغم الجهود المبذولة والاتفاقيات المنعقدة والإجراءات المتخذة والسياسات الموضحة، نجاوب الآن عن السياسات واللوائح البيئية، هل هي كافية أم لا؟ لا زلنا نعاني من تغيرات المناخ دون تحرك جريء، فالفشل في وضع خطة لخفض الانبعاثات بشكل جذري بمؤتمر الأطراف حول المناخ المنعقد في دولة مصر في شرم الشيخ عام 2020 هو أحد أقرب الأمثلة التي أحزن لذكرها لكم، حيث تأسف الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة بفشل أو أهداف المؤتمر، وأكد الأمين العام بقوله إن كوكبنا لا يزال في قسم الطوارئ. وأيضا قالت نائبة رئيس المفوضية الأوروبية في الجلسة الختامية للمؤتمر: ما لدينا ليس كافيا ولا يأتي بجهود إضافية من كبار الملوثين، خاب أملنا لعدم تحقيق ذلك. بعد الذي رأيناه وسمعناه يوجد سؤال مهم يجب ذكره الآن: فإلى أين نحن ذاهبون؟ سؤال حقيقي أوجهه اليوم لكم. لا يهمنا الرغبات السياسية أو المصالح الشخصية على حساب كوكب خلق للجميع، أو ليس لنا مبادئ وقيم تطغى على رغباتنا ومصالحنا؟ أو لسنا بشر في نهاية المطاف؟ اقتصادات تزدهر على حساب كوكب يحتضر، لنفترض جدلا ولتدعيم النقاش وخروجه عن الشق العاطفي ودخوله إلى الشق الموضوعي، فلو كان ما يحدث بتغيرات المناخ هو بمثابة انهيار اقتصاد دولة معينة، فهل ستترك القضية الدول أم تسعى لمعالجتها؟ لا داعي للإجابة، فسوف أجاوب على نفس السؤال. حتما نعم، ستسعى الدول بتحسين تغيرات المناخ ووضع الحلول لإنقاذه، كما تسعى كل دولة لتحسين اقتصادها وازدهاره. أيها الأصدقاء، إن الآراء تختلف، والاتفاقيات تعقد، والإجراءات لا تنفذ، ودول تعتذر، والعديد من هذا القبيل، لكن الحقيقة واحدة لا تختلف ولا تعتذر، وهي قيد التنفيذ على مدار الساعة، ولا تفرق بين طفل ولا رضيع أو امرأة ولا شيخ كبير، وهي أن كوكبنا يتأثر بشكل كبير بسبب تغيرات المناخ، ولقد رأيتم كلكم الأحداث والكوارث الطبيعية التي شاهدناها وسمعناها أيضا، وكانت نتائجها تبكي الحجر. فوالله لو نطق المناخ لكان لسانه حالي يقول: أوقفوا تدميري فهو سبب لتدميركم.
ختاما، مضت أكثر من 5 عقود على مؤتمر ستوكهولم في عام 1972، وأنشئت العديد من المؤسسات البيئية التي أقرت تشريعات وسياسات بيئية لخفض الانبعاثات وتقليل التلوث. لا زال هناك فجوة كبيرة ما بين الاهتمام بالبيئة ونمط التنمية الغير المستدامة. دول مثل المملكة العربية السعودية ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة تسعى جاهدة في تطبيق نهج اقتصادي مستدام من خلال المشاريع المتعلقة بإعادة الاستخدام وإعادة التدوير ومشاريع التسجيل. يجب على الأفراد تبني الوعي واتخاذ القرارات المستدامة والعمل على الاستثمار المستدام لتحقيق مستقبل مستدام. وكما ذكر الله في كتابه الكريم: لا يغير الله بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. صدق الله العظيم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short refreshment break now for 20 minutes. I request you to please return to your seats by 11:55 a.m. to ensure that we are on track for the day. السيدات والسادة، سيكون لدينا الآن استراحة قصيرة للمرطبات لمدة 20 دقيقة. أطلب منكم العودة إلى مقاعدكم بحلول الساعة 1:55 دقيقة صباحاً للالتزام بالوقت المحدد. Before we proceed to our meal break, we have a special campaign for you. All you have to do is follow 3 steps and you could earn a chance to participate in our biggest community initiative, Clean UAE. For those of you who do not reside in the UAE, fear not, for you too will have an opportunity to create a unique video that we will share it in the later days on our social media pages. قبل أن نبدأ في استراحة الوجبات لدينا حملة خاصة لكم. كل ما عليكم فعله هو اتباع 3 خطوات ويمكنكم الحصول على فرصة للمشاركة في أكبر حملة مجتمعية لدينا، الإمارات نظيفة. للذين يقيمون خارج دولة الإمارات ستتاح لكم فرصة لإنشاء فيديو فريد سنشاركه في الأيام اللاحقة على صفحات وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي الخاص بنا. So here's what you've got to do. 1. Create a collage with any material for today's topic, or capture an amazing behind-the-scenes photograph for any preparatory scene for the day and caption it in 2 words only. أولاً، ما عليكم فعله هو إنشاء صورة من أي مادة لموضوع اليوم، أو التقاط صورة رائعة من الاستعدادات خلف الكواليس لأي مشهد تحضيري لهذا اليوم بعنوان مكون من 2 فقط. Next, upload this on your social media account handles as a post. ثانياً، قم بتحميل منشور على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي الشخصية الخاصة بك. Third, follow our @EEG Emirates Emirates Environmental Group page on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and tag us on this uploaded post. ثالثاً، تابعوا صفحتنا @EEG Emirates مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة على لينكدإن، إنستغرام، فيسبوك وتويتر، وقوموا بالإشارة إلينا على هذا المنشور الذي تم تحميله. The 4 winners of this campaign, one for each day, will be announced at the end of the month on our social media handles. سيتم الإعلان عن الفائز لكل يوم من ال4 أيام في هذه الحملة في نهاية الشهر على حساباتنا على وسائل التواصل. Remember, you will only be considered if you follow our social media and tag us. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and let us see the best of creativity come forth. تذكير: لن نتمكن من رؤية مشاركتكم إلا إذا قمتم بمتابعة وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي الخاصة بنا والإشارة إلى صفحتنا. فماذا تنتظرون؟ أرونا إبداعاتكم. بعدين سكاي لاين يونيفرسيتي شارجة. فانتوا نكست، فبليز تعالوا اقعدوا هون يعني. لا هلا حيكون في فيرتشوال وبعديها انتوا في البحرين اونلاين وبعديها انتوا. فانتوا من هلا اقعدوا هون عشان when I call you next. عفوا الله
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Gibson?
IT team.
Welcome back. We will continue with the topic environmental policies and regulations, are they enough? أهلا بكم من جديد. تواصل مع موضوع السياسات والأنظمة البيئية، هل هي كافية؟ Please welcome with me Applied Science University, College of Engineering in Bahrain. Please initiate screen sharing and activate your cameras. Please initiate screen sharing and activate your cameras.
Recording stopped.
يرجى بدء مشاركة الشاشة وتشغيل الكاميرا.
Recording in progress.
Applied Science University, Bahrain, please share your screen and activate your cameras. Okay, you may start. We can see and hear you. Please start. And higher your volume.
Is there mic? Can't hear me.
Can you hear me? سامعيني؟
Please start. Please start.
Okay, please
Good
علوا
morning.
صوتكم.
Today I'll be presenting teammates on this presentation environmental policies where we would be examining. So here's a quick link. And patient would be developed.
I'm sorry, but your
Asking-
connection is very bad.
So خيارنا now just production.
So the ARs by the IPCC urgent need for action to it highlights a significant current climate plan to limit global warming to safe levels. Despite international commitments, efforts fall short of the Paris Agreement. The report emphasizes the necessity for rapid and substantial reductions in greenhouse gas emissions to prevent catastrophic climate events. This information is provided by the GCC region, climate conditions that analyze fuels, location, and relevance on possible. The GCC countries have of addressing climate change and have taken steps towards renewable energy deployment, energy efficiency improvements, and climate adaptation measures.
So the sustainable goals being addressed under this topic are reduced inequalities, peace, justice, and strong institution, climate action, as well as partnership for the goals.
When bringing up the Paris Agreement and legal policies, it's only natural to bring up the purpose of parties.
Can you please raise your voice and get closer to the
addressing
mic?
climate change through climate policies and legislation. One key focus is on diversifying the economies away from fossil fuels and promoting renewable energy sources. To achieve this, they have set targets for renewable energy generation and implemented policies to encourage investments in renewable energy projects. For example, the UAE aims to generate 50% of its energy from clean sources by 2050, while Saudi Arabia targets 50% from renewables by 2032. These efforts highlight their commitments to sustainable and low carbon economy.
So in bringing up the Paris Agreement for legal policies, it's really natural to bring up the Conference of Parties. The Conference of Parties is the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to the international summit, where world leaders gather together to discuss solutions on how to tackle climate change. These world leaders gather annually unless they decide otherwise, and amongst the milestones of Conference of Parties, there's Conference of Parties 1 in Berlin in 1995. At the first conference, the world leaders agreed to meet annually to maintain control over global warming and to see the need to reduce emissions of polluting gases. On the third Conference of Parties held in Kyoto in 1997, the aim of this Conference of Parties was to establish the first legally binding protocol of greenhouse gas emission reduction. And the Conference of Parties 21 in Paris in 2015, the Paris Agreement was unanimously adopted, as mentioned earlier. And the most recent Conference of Parties was the Conference of Parties 27 that was held in Egypt, where countries came together to take actions towards achieving the world's collective climate goals as agreed under the Paris Agreement and Convention, signifying that these efforts still continue until present day. The Conference of Parties is actually set to take place in a GCC country. For the first time in its history, the UAE will hold the incoming presidency for Conference of Parties 28, and this event will focus on achieving ambitious negotiated outcomes and practical implementation strategies.
So currently, the Earth is already about 1.1 Celsius warmer than it was in the late 1800s, and emissions continue to rise. Therefore, we have all agreed that emissions need to be reduced by 45% by 2030, as well as reaching net zero by 2050. However, this may differ from each country to another based on their resources, and we all need to keep global warming no more than 1.5 Celsius. And when we talk about biodiversity preservation goals, the landmark UN Biodiversity Agreement contains 23 action-based targets that we need to reach by 2030 and pave the way for future goals in 2050. So we have 4 main long-term goals. So the goals are all ecosystems are maintained, enhanced, or restored sustainably, as well as biodiversity is sustainably used and managed with nature's contributions to people. We need to utilize genetic resources as well, and adequate means of implementation of access and transfer of technologies.
The Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention of Climate Change and Sustainable Development Goals are global framework guiding progress in addressing climate change. These include cutting emissions, adapting to climate impact, and financing adjustments. The Paris Agreement aims to reduce emissions by half by 2030, while the Sustainable Development Goals focus on reducing fossil fuel use. Adaptation is crucial for protecting people, homes, businesses, livelihoods, infrastructures, and ecosystems, with early warning systems potentially saving lives and properties.
A robust legal framework is crucial for implementing and enforcing climate policies, providing clear rules and ensuring accountability. A good governance promotes policy coherence and facilitates coordination among stakeholders for effective climate action. Transparency and accountability are fundamental principles, ensuring inclusive decision-making process. Active participation in international climate negotiations and cooperation with other countries allows for shared experiences and technological advancements. The GCC countries have developed national climate change strategies, implemented policies to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency, and established specialized institutions. They actively participate in international climate initiatives and collaborate with organizations like UNEP. Efforts to strengthen the legal framework and enhance governance structures are still ongoing.
Laws and policies are important, as international climate policy covers a number of issues, protection, sustainable energy policy, preservation of biological diversity, and conservation of forests, seas, and soil. Further related topics are also sustainable waste management and protection against hazardous substances. CAE is also taking measures in protecting the environment by implementing policies and legislation and making effort towards sustainability and more. And amongst these existing laws is the banning of sea dumping and pollution, reducing the use of plastic, preserving nature, and preserving plant species.
Climate change financing and investment has grown significantly, but primarily in renewable energy and developed economies. Challenges remain in directing mitigation-related investment into developing countries and scaling up adaptation-related investment. Innovations are needed to foster public-private partnerships, improving policy frameworks, and build capacity for bankable projects in developing countries. The World Investment Report 2042 shows the investment in climate change mitigation is booming, but most is in developed economies. The uncertain global investment environment and ongoing need for sustainable development investment are affecting the global investment landscape.
So at this point, it's really important to note that naturally there will be influences of lobbyists who will try to avoid certain measures being taken and ignore environmental actions in order to influence their take in order for monetary gains for this purpose. And at this point, we would need to consider what is the GCC doing in order to measure and prevent political influences of these lobbyists. And some of these topics include including environmental impact assessments, which are abbreviated as EIAs, in order to, so this could be implemented in projects, and some other include protected areas and conservation, environmental regulations and standards, including awareing the public and environmental education, as well as international arguments and collaborations. So in conclusion, there are a few indicators that provide insights on how the climatic situation is being handled. And one of these indicators is the greenhouse gas emissions that leads to temperature rise. And we can visualize that according to the statistics shown on the graph. And so how can we get there? How can we achieve these actions? So some of these rules include all countries must submit nationally determined contributions, and developed countries must provide support to developing countries. Parties are required to report on emission inventories, information to track NDCs, and we need to establish a global stocktake to track collective progress. And therefore, we can conclude that there is a concern about the existing laws and policies, and further improvements are required in order to meet the visions of both the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for listening. My name is Eliana Idris.
My name is Zainab Abbas.
My name is Maryam Arif.
My name is Akhya Ahmed.
And my name is Wada Aziz. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next team is Skyline University College in Sharjah, Department of General Education, UAE. الفريق التالي هو من كلية الأفق الجامعية في الشارقة، قسم التعليم العام، دولة الإمارات. Next team is from University Technology Mara Dungan, Malaysia. Please prepare your screen sharing and activate your cameras.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? We're the team from Skyline University Sharjah, and let us begin. So this is our team. I'm Awais, this is Noor, Jude, Reem, and Dana. Okay, So we have bad news. The UAE's carbon footprint.
UAE's carbon footprint in 2003, the UAE's carbon emissions soared to 33.6 tons per capita. This draws a picture where our impact overpassed the global average of 3.7 tons. Do you believe that we overpassed the global average by over 9 folds? So, recent data showed an increase in the emissions of carbon dioxide per capita, rising by 0.83 tons. This means that this represents a percentage increase of 3.5% increase. We hold the 4th position in worldwide just because in terms of carbon dioxide per capita. UAE's renewable energy, as of 2020, the UAE was just 2% of the energy share. So the global average was just 17%, while we overpassed it, we was just 2%. Iceland were 87, Norway was 72%.
So let's explore what the research tells us and what have the scientists found through careful studies and experiments.
Now, let us dive into 2 research papers that gives us an idea about environmental regulations in the UAE and around the world. The first research paper was published in 2011 by Neil Gunningham. The findings from the study were that government regulations alone weren't sufficient. It's also important for the normal population and citizens to be involved in the process. This can be done by involving markets, civil society, and other institutions like non-government organizations, not-for-profit organizations, etc. The second research paper was published in 2023 by Al-Shami, and they investigated the difference and the relation between carbon dioxide emissions and economic factors. They found out that UAE also follows the environmental Kuznets curve, or also known as EKC. Now, what is EKC? The environmental Kuznets curve, it follows an inverted U-shaped pattern with increasing income. We can see that in developing countries, as countries are in its industrialization process, environmental decay increases. However, when higher level of income is reached, then emissions decline. Now, it's safe to say that UAE is a developed country, and it's important for them to adopt environmental policies and follow sustainable business practices. And they must also raise awareness among the citizens and local residents, because we saw from the first research paper that it's very important for the normal citizens' involvement.
Let's talk about why the UAE target net zero emissions by 2050, investing $40 million for solar and nuclear power. Their aims have clean energy by 2050 and tripling usage by 2030. This aims more cleaner UAE and submit more sustainable UAE.
Fear not, worry has no place here. Together, we stand strong, faithful, and unbreakable with the lead of our government.
Let's talk about why the UAE is going to do great in their plans. First up, they have got the leaders who dream big and make things happen. Second, teamwork. Teamwork is their secret sauce, not only inside the country, but with others too. Plus, they have got the money needed to do these plans. And you know what? People really trust the government here. Trust makes everything smoother.
Let's not forget the people who need a hand. Everyone deserves a fair shot. I have some important news about Pakistan and our children's health. Did you know? Did you know that 1 out of 10 kids under 5 years old are passing away because of something called air pollution? We should pay attention to this because it affects the little ones, the future of our nation.
Okay, so these are the numbers of AQI, Air Quality Index. So let's identify the meaning of it. It's the level of air pollution and its effects on our health. So when it's increasing, that means the air quality is getting worse and worse. And when the number is getting bigger, this is not a good sign for us. So here, if you say, so here in 2022, it was 165.65, and 2021 was 180.8, and 2022 was 197.9. So as I said before, it's increasing year by year. So here, if we are looking at this calculator, you will see that the air quality is it's equal that you are smoking in your lungs. So here, it's equals to 10 packs of cigarettes in a month. That means 2,412.32 cigarettes in a year. So imagine a newborn baby is breathing all these carbon emissions, and they are like smoking 10 packs of cigarettes. So, as well as there are children, old people, even young people die daily because of lack of air, the clean air in our world. So what's their fault?
Now, being someone who hails from the city of Lahore, I think, well equipped to tell you about why the air quality is so bad. The first reason is because of vehicle and industrial emissions. Being a developing city, the industrial sector is also developing. This means that there will be more industries, and because the policies are not strong enough, the emissions also increase. And the vehicles, it's because the income per capita is so low that the people don't have any choice. They have to buy vehicles with poor emission standards, which are cheaper for them. Then we have the burning of crop residue and general waste. Now, this is sort of a problem because of awareness, as well as a lack of a standard systemized system from the government. And then we have, of course, dust from construction sites, because even this adds up. Again, we have to think that these governments, they don't have a lot of money, and the people don't have the awareness and education. And of course, deforestation and urbanization.
The air all around the world is the same, whether it's in a developed nation like UAE or a developing nation like Pakistan. We all have an equal responsibility to take care of it. We all have an equal right to breathe clean air. Therefore, it's important for developed nations like UAE to provide financial aid to developing nations under the condition that they enforce those environmental laws.
As my colleague Noor said, we have to take an initiative. Our policies, while they're great for us and developed countries, they're not enough in the sense that the air is something the whole planet shares. And if someone is hungry in another part of the world, we send food, we send aid. So why not let's do this for developing countries, for the air, for the environment. Let's take an initiative from the UN, from international bodies, UNICEF. Let's make a Green New Deal with sustainability, job creation in mind for environmental sustainability, and let's create a global environmental marketing and reporting system. We raise awareness as well as report for each year what we've done, so it's a closed feedback loop. And similarly, let's work together, and all the developed nations should come together in order to help the ones that are, you can say, disproportionately affected by the air quality and environmental issues. Of course, we use references for everything. And thank you very much, guys.
Please welcome University Technology Mara Dungan, Malaysia. رحبوا معي بجامعة التكنولوجيا مارا دونجن في ماليزيا. Please start by sharing your screen and activating your camera. We can hear you, but we can't see your screen. Okay, thank you. You may start.
This silence on policy speaks volume about our planet's uncertain future.
Assalamualaikum and a good day to everyone. We are students from University Technology Mara, Malaysia.
First, what is the Sustainable Development Goals? The Sustainable Development Goals are objectives that aim to create a better future for everyone and ensure the health of our Earth.
They help to provide a framework to promote environment and also to sustainable behavior.
Goal 10 seeks to address disparities within and among countries, ensuring that no one is left behind. It recognizes that inequality manifests in various forms, including economic, social, and political dimensions, and aims to create a more inclusive and just global society. Current status quo, however, reflects the opposite. The United Nations aims to end all child poverty by 2025. However, World Population Review reports that 47 countries continue practicing child labor, such as Congo, Ethiopia, and Sudan. And it is no coincidence that these countries are primarily inhabited by people of color. 150 to 17 are subjected to hazardous conditions with little to no safety gears to protect them. The cause of this injustice would be capitalism. Gargantuan capitalists such as Apple and Microsoft underpays and overworks the people of poverty for their lithium and cobalt, and the absurd lack of transparency in terms of product sourcing constantly gets overlooked. Corporate greed is severely unaddressed. On the 21st of January 2021, United Nations Global Compact mobilized over 12,000 business participants in their pledge to end child labor. It was announced the International Year of Elimination of Child Labor. It was deduced that a single percentage point rise in poverty could lead to a 0.7% increase or more in child labor. These children should be just as prioritized as those in developed nations. Inequalities such as these are adjacent to environmental sustainability. The United Nations must enforce labor laws against corporations exploiting resources as well as laborers. The environmental impact of mining, such as water pollution and high rates of carbon emission, are only few of the several implications that will continue if these inequalities are not addressed.
Moving forward, the international environmental policies cover issues such as the overall preservation of biological diversity, even including climate protection, which jumps us to the topic SDG number 13, climate. Enough. Paris Agreement 2050. France hosted 196 countries at the United Nations Climate Change Conference. This agreement was designed to limit greenhouse gas emissions to levels that would prevent global temperatures from increasing more than 2 degrees Celsius above the temperature benchmark set way before the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Next, the G20 Climate Sustainability Working Group, where the group of 20 needs a climate action promise of tripling the global renewable energy capacity by 2030. It has been hosted in multiple countries, such as in India and in Japan. All of the policies implemented, is it actually functional? Maybe. The answer is in a phrase given by Antonio Guterres. The G20 crisis is spiraling out of control. Yet, the G20 countries are the ones in control. At this point, G20 represents the countries that are responsible for 80% of the world's greenhouse gas pollution. With what has been implemented so far, the world's average temperature will still rise by 2 degrees Celsius by 2100. So, folks, by empowering green taxes worldwide, this will increase awareness regarding the evolving complex global tax policy landscape. What about climate change mitigation and adaptation? Having this be included in development plans may broaden minds about ways to manage extreme disasters. And lastly, international cooperation is undeniably crucial to develop effective practices and build joint efforts, achieving our SDG, providing long-lasting benefits for our health, the economy, and society. Let's move on to the next SDG, calling for SDG 17 partnership for the goals. The United Nations has warned that the world is not on track to achieve any of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, including SDG 17. While there are no specific examples of countries that have failed to achieve SDG 17, because most of the countries are falling short of the SDG targets. The SDG Index offers a comprehensive snapshot of the country's overall progress towards the achievement of the SDG, and it forecasts that at current trends, the world will not meet the SDG's 2030 targets even until 2073. The report also shows that there are approximately 140 targets that can be evaluated. Half of them show moderate or severe deviation from the desired trajectory, and more than 30% of these targets have experienced no progress or even worse. These are the example of countries that implemented and the countries where have not provided specific framework, regulation, and policies to achieve. Let's look at the left first, the countries that have implemented regulation and policies to achieve the SDG. The G20 countries, which are Finland, Sweden, Netherlands, and Switzerland. A study found that the G20 countries cumulatively listed many policies of over 4,100 in their voluntary national reviews. The combined total of listed budget was over USD 2.7 trillion. Without further ado, let's do the right. These are the countries who have not provided specific framework policies. They have all made the efforts, and this is the evidence that they have addressed the activity. All of the countries are Myanmar, Yemen, and South Sudan.
The 2030 agenda lacks enforceability since there are no formal sanctions. Currently, international organizations such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Trade Organization, and also the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are the ones who are being tasked with monitoring the progress towards achieving the SDG. However, the progress has been mixed. So you might wonder, why does this matter? Firstly, it is to improve standards in these developed countries. So far, positive progress has been made, evidenced by the establishment of the Technology Bank for least developed countries and also a financing for development forum this year. Secondly, to enhance international support for developing countries. For strong economic countries such as the United States will progress of only 147.2 billion to the set target. Without financial support, developing countries will be left behind and bring them, as it will cause detriment to our country. So what? Firstly, we need to create a forum for developed and least developed countries where they can discuss what is needed to stimulate growth and development. Secondly, countries are not to achieve the SDGs should be penalized with a warning first, and then they should be stripped of their UN membership if the situation persists. Last but not least, the United Nations must take a firm stand to curtail geopolitical tensions like what is happening currently in Russia, Ukraine, and Palestine, Israel, as these geopolitical tensions can cause serious harm to the region's flora and fauna.
Without responsibility, there is nothing for any participating nation to be held accountable for. There are differences in environmental negligence in states, countries, and even units. This must be altered. Therefore, this is what we propose. Firstly, sanctions. Every participating nation must answer for its lack of urgency in resolving environmental issues. Sanctions may resemble economic penalties, and economic sanctions are a crucial tool in foreign policy used to penalize behaviors and policies. These sanctions can be costly and unproductive. However, it can be effective because what happened to Russia and after the Union chose to impose sanctions on them. Secondly, resources. Let us all agree one thing. It takes a lot of resources to improve the environmental condition, right? Only some participating countries have the resources to follow the rules, right? For instance, technology development, such as encouraging the use of carbon credit worldwide, which can be bought and sold through trading platforms to offset gas emissions. Thirdly, development. Environmental policies have evolved, but are still gaps and loopholes. Every country should have equal opportunities to contribute to research to comply with policy requirements. It will be easier to cater and to address environmental issues if diverse interests and capacity are acknowledged. Therefore, I urge that this solution be considered in achieving the end goal of the environmental crisis. The end goal of the environmental crisis is to protect future generations, mitigate climate change, and reduce carbon emissions.
It is therefore crucial for all nations to band together to achieve the SDGs. The current policies and regulations are not enough. We must act before it is too late, not just for our future, but also for the sake of our beloved Mother Earth. That is all from us. Thank you for listening, and
Salam Malaysia Madani.
Thank you. The next presenting team now is Higher Colleges of Technology, Madinat Zayed, UAE. Dear respected judges, please note that the next team will be Ajman University, College of Architecture, and Darus Salam Islamic and Arts College will be postponed till the last presentation for the day. Thank you. نرحب بكليات التقنية العليا مدينة زايد في الإمارات. الرجاء مشاركة الشاشة وفتح الكاميرا. Please initiate your screen sharing and activate your cameras.
عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. Please share your screen and activate your camera.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see you, but we cannot see your shared screen. Yes, perfect, thank you. You may start.
Okay. So today I will present about the environment policies and regulation. My name is Reem. My name is Reem Saif al-Mazroui, and my member Raisa Ali. So it's a privilege to stand before you today to discuss a subject of immense significant environmental policies and regulation with a background in environment in the UAE. I have witnessed firsthand the remarkable strides the UAE has taken in the realm of environment conservation. The United Arab Emirates, often lauded for its rapid economic progress and modernization, has also emerged as a global leader in environmental stewardship. Today, we embark on an exploration of the policies and regulations that serve as the backbone of the UAE commitment to environmental protection and sustainable development. These policies encompass a wide range of strategies, from setting emission standards to enforcing sustainable waste management practices.
My name is Raisa Ali, Higher College of Technology and Dhaka region. Environmental policies and regulation in the UAE are a multi-phased concept that encompasses a wide spectrum of legal framework and procedural guidelines, dictating how the nation manages its environmental resources. This includes law aimed at safeguarding air and water quality, preserving critical natural habitats, and regulating activities that may have an impact on the environment. In addition, the UAE has regulations to monitor and control the quality of water resources, including surface water and marine life. This regulation aims to ensure that water sources are safe for consumption and do not pose harm to the environment. These policies serve as the cornerstone of a balanced approach to economic growth and environmental conservation.
So turn to the environment problems in the UAE. While the government has made commendable progress, it confronts a set of environmental challenges that require careful attention. Water scarcity looms large due to the rapid pace of urbanization and the surge in demand, necessitating the implementation of innovative water conservation measures. Air quality is compromised by the confluence of factors including emission from industrial progresses and the sheer density of urban traffic. Furthermore, the fragile coastal ecosystem face threats from unchecked coastal development and overfishing practices. So, in response to these challenges, the UAE has enacted a comprehensive set of policies and regulation that form the backbone of its environmental governance. These include pivotal laws such as the Environmental Protection and Development Law, water quality standards, water management, conservation of biodiversity and natural habitats. For violation, people and break rules, and the national policy for environmental protection. These legal framework provide the initial structure for safeguarding the environment, outletting permissible practices, setting pollution limits, and establishing a mechanism for enforcement.
Transitioning to solution, the UAE proactive approach to environmental sustainability and evident in its investments in renewable energy sources. Solar power, in particular, has witnessed sustainable growth, contributing significantly to the reduction of reliance on fossil fuels, to introduction of the green agenda by the UAE government. Signifies a resolute commitment to sustainable development and eco-friendly entities. Furthermore, the UAE has allocated sustainable resources to advanced desalination technologies and wastewater treatment plants, ensuring the efficient management of a precious resource. The strict enforcement of emission standards for industries, along with incentives for adopting sustainable transporting option under course a determined effort for enhanced air quality.
So, in conclusion, the UAE's unwavering dedication to environmental policies and regulation stands as a testament to its commitment to preserving its natural heritage by converting challenges head-on and implementing innovative solutions. The UAE sets a commendable example for sustainable development on a global scale. So it served as a beacon of hope, demonstrating that economic prosperity and environmental stewardship can go hand in hand, and together we can forge a path to a more sustainable and harmonious future. So thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. The team presenting now is Ajman University College of Architecture.
Oh, of course. Stay clear of beaches. What kind of a person they think I am. So sick and tired of all of this. Oh. Hey! Over here! Hey, mister. How long has it been?
Welcome aboard the rebalancing tour bus. First stop, water pollution.
Egypt. It's a beautiful country, right? It's surrounded by 2 seas and abundance of water resources. You know, the government even has rules and regulations to protect these water bodies and maintain their cleanliness. However, having enough water resources does not mean they're being taken care of. And even after trying, they might not be successful. After Egypt came out with Law Number 48 in 1982 for the protection of the River Nile, it's still worsening. Today we can see that it's a dumping ground for all sorts of waste, from farms and industries. Who is this impacting? Is it just affecting the water resources, or is it also affecting us? You know, the contamination from this water is causing all sorts of diseases. And being the lifeline of the country, the River Nile symbolizes the state of all water bodies within the country. So what's the alternative? The Mediterranean Sea? Well, it turns out it's also receiving 100 million tons of sewage and other chemical waste annually. According to UNICEF, a report from 2021, Egypt is facing an annual water deficit due to its mass pollution of its water sources. Can we blame the regulations for this? Is it all that we can do? Or who is responsible for its implementation? Are we not responsible as well?
Moving to Singapore, one of the most stunning countries around the world, yet ranked 5th among the top 33 countries expected to experience extreme high water stress by 2040. So, did you know that Singapore doesn't have only one, but 2 policies regarding water? So, reserving water and reusing it is very important. The Water Pollution Control and Drainage Act 37 is the primary state regarding the inland water in Singapore, reusing and restore the purity of rivers and watercourses. The Prevention of Pollution of the Sea Act No. 9 provides banning against discharging oils in the Singapore waters. Singapore plays a key role in forging dialogue between water experts, policymakers, and industry leaders on water challenges and solutions by hosting Singapore International Week on a yearly basis.
Dear passengers, keep your oxygen masks ready. Moving on towards our next stop, air pollution.
Well, have you heard about Germany's commitment to clean up the air? It's pretty impressive. So Germany is all about tackling the critical environmental issues thanks to European Union air quality legislation. The EU set up these rules, right? And Germany is on board. They've got all these goals for reducing 5 major air pollutants. We're talking sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, non-methane volatile organic compounds, ammonia, and fine particulate matter. It is a big deal, and they are serious about it. So from 2020 to 2029, Germany's got the national reduction commitments in place. They are following through on their dedication to cleaner air, and they're all proactive, doing their part to minimize the impact on the environment and the air. It is a big deal, and we have to take an action. So, how are they doing it? Well, they are cracking down on the industrial emissions, pushing for the sustainable transportation, and investing in cleaner technologies. It's not about just following the EU rules, it's about
Our next stop is an important one,
how we create a
renewable
sustainable
energy.
environment.
Our planet Earth provides us with immense amounts of inexhaustible energies. Natural energies that will never run out. Yes, I'm talking about renewable energies. Let's talk about this topic even further. Where there are water bodies like lakes, rivers, and dams. Energy is present, right? So, as we know, UAE is one of the most high exporting countries in the world for petroleum, right? So, there are immense amounts of hydropower plants in the country itself. So it's hence thoroughly encouraged to boost the turbines in the country and help the country as a whole to immensely increase the policies that would actually boost the turbines in the country. The UAE itself has introduced 6 new development hydropower plants that would basically have many projects within the country, and the DIES, as you can see, aims at net zero, which is in 2050, which is not that far away, you know.
Holland is developing offshore wind projects, expanding their solar capacity all around, mainly to promote the sustainable policies and promoting the sustainable energy policies to reach their sustainable energy goals, all to reduce the amount of carbon emission that has been increasing lately. So now we can focus on the hydropower. The potential is great due to its flat topography, they generate a good source. They generate a good amount of energy from that source that can be used. Now, when you think of Holland, windmills are one of the first things that comes up to mind. So now, as time passes, those giant structures have gone through a makeover through years. And now they are more technical and more efficient by time. Now the challenge is to change the lifestyle of the people, to make the environment much more cleaner in a way
Dear
that doesn't
passengers,
even
looks like we're in
affect the
a
people.
bit of trouble. Kindly get off the bus.
Well, so while the bus driver takes care of the bus, shall we continue our conversation? Who do you think is really responsible for the effects of climate change?
The policymakers are the ones responsible. They are the ones making the changes, right?
Right.
Excuse me, what policies are you talking about? The problem is from the people themselves. They are the problem here. The policymakers, they did the policies and they exist. So what can we do about it?
You know what? He's right. We should instill these ideas in young minds so they grow up environmentally conscious about climate change.
You know what, actually? I wish we could turn back time.
To be honest, we have to do something about this. We still have time.
We have to act now. Now or never.
Time
is not
out.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next university is Universitas Yarsi, Indonesia. Please prepare by sharing your screen and activating your cameras. The next presenting team is Westford University College, Human Resources, UAE. Please be seated on the second row.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you. You may start.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings all. We are from Yarsi University of Indonesia. Environmental policy and regulation, are they enough? The climate crisis has been happening since years ago and it's getting worse each year, which cause a very big impact for the world in various aspects, especially for body's health. For example, an ill named ISPA or acute respiratory infection. It also be caused by other factors such as bad air quality and air pollution. Other than that, deforestation is also a reason. Cutting down forests releases carbon stored in trees and reduces the number of trees absorbing carbon dioxide. This proves that people need to be more aware about the climate change and take serious action to face this problem. Not all of the society get a proper education related to environmental issues. In fact, it has a long-term effects if it's not being followed up. People who lack of education tend to do something that can be worse than the crisis, such as littering, throwing waste into the sea, burning rubbish carelessly, and using private transportation too much that it results air pollution. The climate change is an urgent threat caused by human activities, and it will result to the destruction of Earth. According to Carbon Brief, about the report of global temperature which was released on September 2023, the temperature in almost all over the world is warmer than usual. This warming is primarily caused by increased greenhouse gas emission from human activities, such as fossil fuel burning, deforestation, and industrial agriculture.
Hereby, SDGs needs to address this problem to protect the world from being destroyed in the future through the following things. First, environmental policies to protect nature and people. Second, effective policies to reduce climate change impact. Third, proper implementation and enforcement of policies. In Indonesia, we still have many places which own original nature reserves, like in Kalimantan. We have rainforests. Indonesia rainforests are among the most biologically and culturally rich landscape on Earth. Indonesia, the world's largest archipelago, is made up of approximately 18,000 islands spread between the Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean. Unfortunately, the rate of deforestation in Kalimantan is very high. According to the Ministry of Forestry, from 2000 to 2005, the deforestation rate in Kalimantan reached approximately 1.23 million hectares. This means that approximately 673 hectares of forest on Kalimantan Island was cleared every day during this period.
The second point, which is about policy to reduce pollution, is needed to make an effective effort because pollution in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, is really bad. Traffic jams occur in almost every road in Jakarta because mostly people in Jakarta use their own private transportation. Other than that, steam power plant contributes 20 until 30% of air pollution, while transportation contributes 30 until 40%. To reduce pollution in Indonesia can be done by, first, for transportation, is provide tax incentives for electric or hybrid vehicle. And the second is for power plants, is requires the closure or emission cleanup of all coal-fired power plants. And the third is for industry, ensure the principle of polluter pays through fines. And the last is for burning. You can also provide education and agriculture support.
And the third one is the government should make an enforcement and complaints policies to make a deterrent effect to anyone who follows it. For example, in Indonesia, we have a government regulation number 46 of 2017, which discuss about environmental economics instrument, and this regulation can help control the exploitation of environment due to economic activity. Not only that, we also have a moratorium that differ from Presidential number 10 of 2011. Despite of this existence of two explicit regulation, the practical realities persist and inflict harm upon the environment. Therefore, it is imperative that resolute measures be taken, enforce, and implement this regulation. For example, Singapore. Singapore implement a very strict policy about giving fine for someone who follows the policy. Not only fine, but impose high taxes on private vehicles users. So people prefer to use public transportation rather to having any private vehicles one. This example can be one effective way to reduce gas emission usage. Singapore's regulations are strict in both statement and implementation. The world really needs to tackle the Singapore consistency in maintaining their country. This world could be a better and healthier place to live.
In this case, we strongly agree that environmental policies and regulations are not enough. We, as the people who acknowledge about the climate issue, need to be more vocal about the issue, to raise people awareness and so that they can understand the danger of the climate impact. Environmental policies is one of the solutions to decrease the bad impact of the crisis. It is critically necessary for securing the natural environment. Effective policies can reduce pollution, defend the resources, protect ecosystems, and alleviate climate change. It is most effective when it takes a long-term perspective. Policy implementation and enforcement is also important. Even well-intended policies can fail if they are not properly implemented, monitored, and enforced. To ensure the implementation of the plan well, the government should ask for public participation in the making of policies. It is needed for them to tell about the condition from their own perspective. Other than that, engaging industry, NGOs, communities that speak about environment as well. For example, from all we know about the NGO is Greenpeace, Fridays for Future Indonesia. These NGOs use their voices to educate people about the importance of taking care of our environment. And they know well about the topic, so it is better if the NGOs take part in the making, especially the fact that the mentioned NGOs have its own branch in several countries like Greenpeace Indonesia and Fridays for Future Indonesia. And we can say that it is a privilege for the government to have the people who are aware about the environmental issues. Indeed, environmental policy is essential for protecting the environment and public health. Well-designed policies can promote sustainability and equitably distribute benefits and burdens. However, good policymaking is complex, requiring clear goals and regular evaluation and adaptation.
We need to put more effort in implementation of the policy because if the policy only stands alone itself without a proper implementation, it is going to be a waste. Key policy issues span climate change, air and water quality, waste management, biodiversity, and environmental justice. Addressing this challenge requires coordinated effort across multiple jurisdictions and economic sectors.
Transitioning to a zero-carbon economy will require a presidency cooperation and vision, but also provides opportunity for new technologies, jobs, and lifestyle improvement. With a bold policy and with committed leadership, a sustainable world is within reach.
So the specific approaches may vary by context. Certain fundamentals like enforceability, flexibility, and equity consideration are universally important. The climate crisis demands urgent action to curb emission and build resilience. While the warming trend presents daunting technical and political difficulties, the risks of inaction are too great.
However, time is rapidly running out to avoid the worst climate disruption. The coming years are thus critical for laying policy foundations that are ambitious in scope, equitable in impact, and durable into the future. That's all from me. I guess thank you very much from us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Please welcome Westford University College Human Resources on stage. Next team presenting is University of Science and Technology in Fujero, College of Humanities and Sciences. Please be seated on the second row.
Sorry, once more, please. Forward and back. Okay, thank you. Well, one. Yes.
Imagine a world where the icy, majestic glaciers that we see today no longer exist in our landscapes, where the seasons, summer, winter, autumn, and spring, do not change as we know them. So we're here to talk about the environmental policies and regulations. Are they enough? Do you know him? Imagine the next generation not knowing what a polar bear is.
Picture penguins and turtles struggling to find food in disruptive oceans with melting ice glaciers and sudden temperature shifts. This is not a future projection. This is actually happening. This crisis threatens their very existence, and our entire planet's future relies on the choices that we make today.
Human behaviors such as burning of fossil fuels have increased the amount of CO2 in our atmosphere by more than 33% since the Industrial Revolution. This rapid increase of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere has warmed our planet at an alarming rate.
Well, do you want to hear how the Mother Earth feels about this? Hello? Hello? How you doing?
You have the audacity to ask me how I'm doing? Look what you've done to me. I'm dying. There is no oxygen left for anybody. You selfish humans, you have ruined everything.
Oh, well, that's harsh, isn't it, Rosie?
No, Sahil. Mother Earth is right. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the global sea level has risen by approximately 3.3 millimeters per year from 1993 to 2018. Ice sheets such as Greenland and Antarctica are starting to melt, causing sea levels to rise and coastal regions to flood. Warmer temperatures also intensify weather patterns, leading to more extreme weather conditions such as intense storms, floods, and heavy rains.
But where did all of this begin?
I think I might know the answer to that. Let us go back in time and figure out where all of this began. The 1950s was a decade of breakthroughs for the world. The first computer modem, the first transistor radio, and most of the transmission towers that we see today that rely on electric power were built in the 50s. The life expectancy for this national network of towers was approximately 50 years.
Our power needs have soared over the past 2 decades. Our insatiable demand for energy, driven by technological advancement as well as our evolving lifestyles, requires a paradigm shift.
And guess what? The time for is it now. We need to reimagine our power grid systems. The time for is it now. One exciting avenue leading us all into the future is microgrids.
Across the US, small-scale power networks called microgrids are emerging as a smart solution to our outdated grid system. By using various sources of energy such as solar, wind, and battery storage, microgrids can maximize efficiency and ensure consistent power supply. What's more, these revolutionary systems can also help us address climate change and ensure that we have way more renewable energy left for all the future generations to come.
What's the difference between a central grid system and microgrids? Well, the central grid systems are interconnected wires, poles, and power plants that are interconnected and interdependent. So if a transmission line in one community fails, the other communities can suffer too. However, microgrids using locally sourced renewable energy covers a small geographical area like cities, campuses, and neighborhoods. What's more, these microgrids can analyze all the energy and store it at one place. Moving on, these microgrids have a catalyzation power that we can store in future. So if one transmission line fails, the other one stays independent.
Microgrids harness green-sourced energy like solar and wind to provide 100% renewable energy to smaller community-based systems. With the integration of smart buildings, public facilities, campuses, communities, and consumers, a sustainable balance can be created between energy sources and consuming devices. That's not all. What we can do is we can make this possible in the next 10 years or less. And rest assured, when we microgrid our nation, the UAE, the world will follow suit.
So Sahil, how much will all of this cost?
Well, the interesting part comes now. It won't cost an average payer like you guys anything more than what you're already paying for your energy needs. Using smart microgrids in a smart, efficient manner will not cost you guys anything extra. However, the energy reserves that we get from these microgrids can be used as hydrogen surplus for future purposes, and they will act as a catalyst for our future needs and unforeseen circumstances.
What's even more intriguing is that we can sell this excess hydrogen as fuel to power our cars, buses, trains, and entire transportation system with no additional cost to the ratepayer. Imagine a future where sustainability aligns seamlessly with economic feasibility.
All of this sounds amazing, but is the solution solving any of the SDGs?
Yeah, Sahil, of course it does. Firstly, our solution, microgrids, help us in finding the SDG number 7. The SDG number 7, which is affordable and clean energy. This helps the microgrids in enhancing the efficiency of microgrids and also clean and renewable sources of energy. There's also SDG number 13, which is climate action. The microgrids help us in reducing greenhouse gas emissions by mitigating global warming and limiting climate change.
But that's not all. We also target SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. Microgrids help by optimizing energy efficiency and help to build more sustainable and resilient cities. Then we also target SDG 12, which is responsible production and consumption. Microgrids help in optimizing energy consumption, which helps us to achieve this SDG.
Attention, attention. The Paris Agreement's goal in 2015 was clear. Limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius and strive to maintain it within 1.5 degrees Celsius. Reducing electricity wastage can help us address climate change and also help us meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. And here's how. Lowering greenhouse gas emissions, increasing energy efficiency, supporting renewable energy integration, and peak load management.
But wait, the impact doesn't stop there. As we speak about climate change and the role of microgrids, let's also talk about how it affects us in the UAE. Let us look at the transformative power of microgrids within our homes. This will give residents the power to take charge of their electrical consumption like never before.
Imagine a world where every household can harness solar energy, manage it, and store it within their own homes and use it intelligently. Also, microgrids can help us store this renewable energy in our homes in very less use of electricity.
Wait. Do you mean I can do this? Can you guys dim the loud at 50%? Okay, put it back 100%. Put it back to 100% microgrids. Thank you. So every household that is integrated with microgrids can use these sources. And now, let's talk to Mother Earth once again. Let's see how she's doing now.
Your solution gives me hope. I've witnessed your actions for centuries, and it's been a difficult journey. But now, it's not just about fixing what's broken. It's about shaping a brighter future for all living creatures. I'm willing to stand with you on this path, but remember, real change requires dedication, not just words. So I'm counting on you to make this a reality.
We have heard the Mother Earth. She's sending us a resounding message. And the time for us to unite is now. Let's all unite and make this idea an extraordinary success. We believe by doing so, not only we are safeguarding the rights of our planet, but also saving a lot of money. Together, we can make this difference. I, Sahil Devani.
Sumaita Chaudhary.
And Karan RMW.
From Team Westwood. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day ahead.
Thank you. Please welcome the University of Science and Technology in Fujairah, College of Humanities and Sciences on stage. نرحب بجامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا بالفجيرة، كلية العلوم الإنسانية والعلوم، دولة الإمارات.
أعزائنا الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أطيب الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. معكم فريق جامعة العلوم والتقنية في الفجيرة. وأود أن أطرح عليكم سؤال: هل السياسات واللوائح البيئية كافية؟ تفضل أخوي أحمد.
وضعت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة مجموعة من القوانين لتنظيم إدارة النفايات والتلوث البيئي بهدف المحافظة على الموارد الطبيعية للأجيال الحالية والمستقبلية. ويتمحور مشكلة البحث أن الدول الجزرية هي من أكثر الدول تعرضاً لتغير المناخ والمخاطر الطبيعية بسبب حجمها المحدود وندرة الموارد الاستثمارية التي تعمل على منع آثار تغير المناخ. وآثار التغيرات المناخية ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري مثل ثاني أكسيد الكربون وارتفاع درجات الحرارة نتيجة انبعاث الغازات الدفيئة، مما يؤدي إلى حدوث الكوارث الطبيعية وارتفاع نسبة مستوى البحار والمحيطات. والتغيرات المناخية على صحة الإنسان: زيادة نسبة الوفيات، انتشار الأمراض والأوبئة المرتبطة بالجهاز التنفسي مثل الربو، وانتشار الأمراض والاضطرابات النفسية مثل القلق والتوتر، وانتشار أيضاً الأمراض المعدية عبر المياه والغذاء. ويهدف هذا البحث بشقيه النظري والتطبيقي في الوصول لهدف مهم في تطوير التطورات المناخية من خلال إيجاد الأفكار والحلول التي تلامس الواقع بشكل كبير، بدلاً من الاعتماد على أن تكون الأفكار تقليدية وجاهزة. والدراسات والبحوث العلمية مهمة جداً في تقدم وتطوير المجتمع. وأهداف التطبيقية للبحث: أهمية التنمية المستدامة في مختلف القطاعات، ومعرفة البنية التحتية لتمويل الأنشطة المناخية. وأخيراً استخدام التكنولوجيا والبحوث العلمية لأداة الوعي ولمكافحة تغير المناخ.
دور وسائل الإعلام. وسائل الإعلام في دولة الإمارات تلعب دور محوري هام في مواجهة التغير المناخي ومناقشة التحديات التي تواجه هذا الكوكب، ورفع مستوى الوعي لدى الجمهور فيما يخص المصطلحات والمفاهيم التي تتعلق بالتغير المناخي. وقد طرأ مؤخراً مفهوم التغير المناخي ومفهوم الإعلام البيئي، والذي جاء بالتزايد الاهتمام مع بين المؤسسات المعنية بمواجهة التغير المناخي ومواجهة هذه العوامل التي ما زالت في تزايد مستمر. واستضافت دولة الإمارات أو ستستضيف دولة الإمارات مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28، والذي يعتبر فرصة ذهبية وفرصة مهمة لوسائل الإعلام لتسليط الضوء بشكل أكبر، ليكون دورها أكثر فاعلية لمواجهة هذا التحدي العالمي وتسليط الضوء على قضايا التغير المناخي. ووفق دراسة أجرتها مؤسسة IPCC المعنية بالتغير المناخي، وجدت أن الدراسة التي أجريت على 59 دولة أن هناك ما يقارب 47 ألف مقال في التغير المناخي في الفترة من 2016-2017، وقد ازدادت هذه المقالات لتبلغ 87 ألف مقال في الفترة من 2020 ل 2021. كذلك السؤال: هل اللوائح والسياسات البيئية كافية أم لا؟ وقد تم إطلاق مسرعات المستقبلية في دولة الإمارات مجلس الإعلام البيئي، والذي من شأنه أن يسلط الضوء بشكل أكبر على قضايا التغير المناخي. كذلك يعتبر التغير المناخي من القضايا العالمية، وهذا السبب الذي أدى إلى استضافة الإمارات لكوب 28.
بما أني راح أكون أخصائية نفسية في المستقبل، فأنا يهمني تأثير المناخ على الصحة النفسية. كلنا نعرف بأن الجسد والنفس جزء لا يتجزأ من بعضهم البعض. أكدت الدراسات بأن الفقراء هم أكثر تأثيراً من ظاهرة المناخ، وذلك لتزايد الاضطرابات النفسية فيما بينهم والاضطرابات العقلية ولجوءهم إلى الانتحار. أعطيكم مثال. على سبيل المثال، في إحدى الدول لما صار عندهم إعصار سموه إعصار إيداي، لجأ الفقراء إلى الانتحار لأنهم انتشرت بينهم الأمراض المزمنة والاضطرابات النفسية، فكانوا يشوفون أن الانتحار هو الحل الوحيد لهم. أيضاً الحياد الكربوني أو الحياد المناخي وهو تقليلنا من استخدام الغازات الدفيئة. نحن إذا قللنا من هذه الغازات راح نقلل من الجرائم، وأيضاً من الاضطرابات العقلية، وأيضاً من الاكتئاب والقلق والتوتر. أيضاً راح نحسن من الحالة المزاجية للفرد. دولتي دولة الإمارات تسعى دائماً وقبل حلول عام 2050 في إنها تقلل من هذه الغازات الدفيئة وتستبدلها بالطاقات المتجددة. طبعاً نعرف أن الإمارات تعاني أيضاً من درجات الحرارة العالية، وأيضاً كانت قبل تعاني من التصحر، ولكن الحمد لله تغلبت على هذه المشكلة بنسبة تقريباً 80%. هل السياسات واللوائح البيئية كافية؟ بالنسبة لي ممكن تكون كافية، ولكن أين دور المجتمعات وأين دور الحكومات؟ أيضاً نحن إذا استخدمنا وسائل النقل العام وقللنا من استخدام وسائل النقل الخاص راح نقلل من الانبعاثات الغازية. أيضاً استخدامنا إلى التطور التكنولوجي وإلى البيئة الخضراء. وفي نهاية كلامي أحب أقول لكم كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته.
الإمارات لها دور في الأهداف التغير المناخي ل 2050، ونجد لها حلول والدراسة. وكذلك أنا أقول للجميع العالم التعامل بجدية لكي نحقق لها الأهداف والحلول المناخية. وشكرا.
وفي ختام، البحث عن السياسات واللوائح البيئية إذا ما كانت كافية أم لا، يجب أن ندرك أن السياسات واللوائح البيئية هي أدوات قانونية وتنظيمية تهدف لحماية البيئة والحفاظ على الموارد الطبيعية. ولذلك فإن السؤال المهم: هل هذه السياسات كافية لمواجهة التحديات؟ فقد تم اتخاذ عدة إجراءات فقد تم اتخاذ عدة تدابير مهمة كتقييد انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة وإدارة النفايات وحماية التنوع البيولوجي. وقد تكون السياسات غير كافية في التعامل مع قضايا التغير المناخ وتلوث الهواء العابر للحدود، وقد يكون هناك ضعف في الإجراءات الرقابية والالتزام بها. لذا فإن تحقيق التوازن بين البيئة والاقتصاد يعتبر تحدياً ويجب أن يكون هناك التزام شامل من المؤسسات الحكومية والأفراد والمجتمعات لحماية البيئة للأجيال الحالية والمستقبلية. وشكرا.
كذلك يلاحظ أن دور وسائل الإعلام جدا مهم ومحوري في مناقشة هذه القضايا، لذلك لابد من تسليط الضوء بشكل أكبر على هذه التحديات ومناقشتها ونشر الوعي ودعوة الجمهور لاتخاذ كافة التدابير التي من شأنها أن تخفف من هذه الظاهرة العالمية. شكرا لكم.
Thank you. Next team presenting is Ras Al Khaimah Medical and Health Sciences University, Department of Basic Sciences. Please join us on stage. The next presenting team will be Middlesex University, Dubai, Student Activities Department. Please be seated on the second row. Thank you.
There once lived a skilled hunter named Orion who sought to destroy all the animals in the world, infuriating Gaia, the goddess of earth, who created a giant scorpion to kill him. Seeing the scorpion fail, Artemis, the goddess of animals, decided to take matters into her own hands and shot Orion with all her might. The arrow struck him and he fell to the ground, defeated.
The goal of life is living in agreement with nature. These are the words of Zeno of Citium, an eminent Greek philosopher. Our ancestors have passed down stories that emphasize the importance of abiding by nature's untold rules. Rules and regulations for preserving the environment have been in place for longer than we can imagine. Between 200 and 1200 AD, advancement in agriculture led to population growth, but also caused soil erosion, which was acted upon by the enforcement of environmental regulations. In the 19th century, naturalist John Evelyn likened London to the suburbs of hell. This led to the implementation of various regulations for urban hygiene, sewage, sanitation, and housing. These were complemented by the establishment of the world's first national park, the Yellowstone National Park, to protect wildlife. Over time, the world grew more aware of the harmful effects of environmental damage. Japan's Minamata disease caused by mercury discharge and Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, which linked pesticides to bird deaths and silent forests were early warnings. However, the 1969 Ohio Cuyahoga River fire was the ultimate driving force that led to the creation of the US Environmental Protection Agency that protects the environment by creating regulations and funding environmental research.
The fire also led to the implementation of the Clean Water Act. Here, governments forbade the use of hazardous substances to protect water bodies. Similarly, the Clean Air Act was introduced, as ozone layer depletion and air pollution continue to rise at an unprecedented rate. Due to the impact of climate change on biodiversity, the Endangered Species Act was also introduced. The UAE is no stranger to any of these climate change regulations either. This is a testament due to the COP28. In fact, the UAE has announced that 2023 is the year of sustainability as well. There are a plethora of initiatives taken up by this great nation to preserve biodiversity, regulate sea dumping, control air pollution, and the list goes on. Despite the merits of all of these regulations, environmental problems continue to persist.
This necessitates the implementation of the 2015 Paris Agreement, which arrests the global average rise of temperature to less than 2 degrees Celsius and limit the rise of temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. So countries, they have submitted climate action plan proposals known as the nationally determined contributions. We have other endeavors such as the net zero endeavors, which involves the complete transformation of how we produce, consume, and move about. Net zero means reducing the green gas emissions to as low, as close as zero to possible. we need laws, and laws that adapt to societal changes for a sustainable future. So green laws and incentives, when they are implemented in the right way, they can help encourage good practices and inhibit harmful practices. Lobbies, they also help influence laws both positively as well as negatively.
Remember, the effects of global warming are happening now. The Earth's temperature has increased by 1 degree Celsius since pre-industrial levels. In fact, even if all the promises made by countries to cut emissions as per the Paris Agreement Act were continued, the Earth would still warm by more than 3 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. Now, since straightforward policies like the polluter's policy cannot work in all situations, recent policies focus on regulations, financial incentives, and environmental reporting through the Environmental Impact Assessment.
According to IPCC, adaptation to climate change is happening, including improved crops, enhanced water management, etc. However, these efforts are inconsistent, leaving gaps because of insufficient funding, lack of political commitment, lack of political incentives, and limited resource availability. Thus, we must address these challenges.
Climate change is fast, much faster than it seems. We have the capacity to recognize and acknowledge, but it is also long, almost longer than we can truly imagine. To address these issues effectively, we must focus on achieving the SDG goals 10, 13, 16, and 17. Before we move on, it is important that we discuss the history of environmental preservation in the UAE. This would be incomplete without mentioning His Highness Sheikh Zayed and his tremendous efforts in the preservation of biodiversity as well as his infrastructural planning.
Likewise, many other countries have followed the protocols around the globe. For example, the Kyoto Protocol follows along the same lines. Nevertheless, we need to keep in mind that there is a limit to climate change protocols and craft alternatives.
The uninhabitable Earth paints a frightening picture of the coming apocalypse. To find a solution, we must take inspiration from our pioneering leaders in history. As exemplified by His Highness Sheikh Zayed, mere rules and regulations will not suffice. Drawing inspiration from the UAE Vision 2021, we recommend gamification to improve environmental awareness and awareness among the residents. We propose an online app that can help create innovative yet simple challenges such as carpooling to work daily. Once the user completes these challenges, he can upload an image of the challenge and earns points for the same. At the end of the challenge, the points are totaled and a winner is selected. The winner is rewarded with gift cards, vouchers, and even an opportunity to hold an ecological campaign. However, we fail to realize that the solutions to the problems of nature lie within nature itself. That is where our novel hypothetical model, green aqua, power and purity, comes into place. Green aqua utilizes algae, a natural component of several ecosystems. Algae can help treat contaminated water while simultaneously generating electricity.
Did you know that globally, about 359 billion cubic meters of wastewater is produced each year? Consequently, a substantial amount of electricity goes into treating this contaminated water. This issue can be dealt with by subjecting the wastewater to treatment in specialized tanks harboring algae that can withstand high temperatures and low pH. Now, these conditions eliminate pathogens and provide clean water for agriculture and possibly hydroponics.
This wastewater can also be directed to algal fuel cells, innovative bioelectrochemical devices that are capable of directly converting chemical energy into electrical energy by using algae as catalysts. These cells involve the oxidation and reduction of substrates, releasing electrons, thereby generating electricity when coupled in series.
Now, the excess algal biomass from the fuel cell can be converted to biogas, comprising methane, a common biogas used in domestic purposes like lighting and cooking, and carbon dioxide, which can be fed back into this fuel cell for consumption by algae. Additionally, the digestate, a nutrient-rich byproduct of this process, can replace artificial fertilizers in sustainable agriculture practices.
Our novel idea, if implemented in multiple countries, can help tackle the problem of climate change at a global level. Rules and regulations do exist. However, there is a pressing need for better implementation, eco-awareness, and cooperation. We need to understand that innovation is the key to successful policy formulation and execution.
It's high time we realize that there are consequences to overpowering Mother Earth.
One such example was that of Orion. Let us not repeat the same mistake and amend our actions before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. The next team presenting is Al Akhawain University School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Morocco. Please come on stage. Oh, please activate your screen sharing and enable your cameras.
لا اللي بعدهم قلت لك أول شيء مين؟ أول شيء الميدلكس بعدين الأخوان يونيفرسيتي هدول أول بعدين هدول اثنين.
Okay. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. Please join Middlesex University in Dubai onto the stage.
Zero point 0.08, 1.1, 191, 147 billion. These numbers are very significant. 0.08 degrees Celsius is the collective level of increase in the temperature in the lands and the oceans worldwide. 1.1 degrees Celsius is how much warmer the world has become. 191 countries have taken part in the 2030 SDG goals. What about the other 5? Are they not significant? Just because we already have 191 countries, we shouldn't worry about the other 5 countries? 147 billion dirhams, 40 billion US dollars is how much United Arab Emirates has invested into sustainability in the past 15 years. That is the example that we need to set. That is the example that UAE is setting for the world. We young people lead an example. And that is why you need to start setting an example as well. We need to take action. Action is our collective birthright. We need to use our skills, our talents, our privilege, the privilege to be living in the United Arab Emirates, in a country that always prioritizes sustainability. The privilege to be standing on a platform like this stage today to voice our need for environmental policies. You know, recently, what really bothers me is how people really care to redundant matters and surface level matters, deciding whether something is fashionable over sustainable. And my message to those people is, it's not fashionable if it creates poverty. It's not fashionable if it creates exclusion. It's not fashionable if it creates displacement and exploitative labor. It's not fashionable if it creates carbon emissions. Let's remove our blindfolds and see, truly see the need for environmental policies.
Robert Frost once wrote,
Some say the world will end in fire, some say ice. From what I've tasted of desire, the world will surely end in fire. Well, we know the impact of climate change, but what is the impact of these climate change policies that have come up? Whether it be international regulations like the Paris Agreement or the ones that are brought up by the ICC. What about the domestic policies? Well, the impact is quite evident. Countries are trying their best to do what they can to provide to the cause. But at the same time, international regulations such as the Paris Agreement don't account for one major factor, which is that countries cannot abide by one vague rule. Different countries have different requirements. They are geographically different. They have different cultures and climates that adhere to the climate. So with that in mind, governments are trying what they can do and make this vague agreement more suitable to their needs. At the same time, the government cannot do it alone. If we keep fueling the desire of these corporates, the world will surely end in fire. So how can we go about from the corporate side?
Let's picture this. A world where every corporation is not just about profit-based, but also about the well-being of our planet. As we delve into the dynamics of sustainability, I'm here to talk about the steps taken by the United Arab Emirates towards this world of sustainability, a nation which is dedicated to making a difference by innovative environmental policies. In the UAE, we understand that aligning our strategies with the Sustainable Development Goals is very crucial, especially the 16th, 13th, and the 17th, which emphasizes on climate action, partnerships, and innovations. But it's not merely just about setting these objectives. It's also about how we hand-go within the private sector to achieve these goals. The private sector, which is the powerhouse of innovation and growth, goes towards the sustainability. Integrating and encouraging the sustainability within private sectors is where we're at. By encouraging important sustainable products and technologies and innovative ideas is how we go about this. And fostering corporate responsibilities like Kareem, Majid Al-Fatem, and Imar, how they're working towards a catalyst of change. But how do we steer the ship towards the sustainable of horizons? We begin with collaborative efforts. Transparency, accountability within the businesses, government, and community is where we stand. But let's ask this question. We've seen about the world. We've seen how the United Arab Emirates talks about its stance on sustainability. But are they really enough?
There is truly only one sentence or a phrase that can truly define and make governments and companies realize what has to be done. Climate change is no longer a distant myth, but the imminent reality of tomorrow. So how do we incentivize companies? How do we get the funding to the governments? A simple two-solution financial plan. The Green Revolutionary Investment Plan, also known as GRIP. To be a business is to be profitable. However, to promote longevity is to retain sustainability. Businesses are faced with some of the biggest challenges the world is today, especially when it comes to sustainability. Currently, only 60% of global publicly traded companies enact effective corporate social responsibility. 38% of outside investors have started selling their shares and removing their abilities from markets because they are seeing how some of the major companies around the world, like Disney, for example, have completely forgotten the true meaning of corporate social responsibility. Businesses are always scared of their profits and revenues being infected. Therefore, we promote the green investment share. Similar to its modern counterpart in the modern stock exchange, like New York Stock Exchange and LSE, these stock markets would actually be affected based on the effectiveness of your company's green initiatives. So the better your green initiatives, the better your stock price. But how do governments gain a benefit from this? Simple. Being made into international legislation, these companies will have to provide a green tax to the government, a small price for the sale and purchase of shares. In return, businesses are given an untapped financial freedom to invest into green activities, things like climate protection, natural resource conservation,
and my personal favorite, sustainable energy. But the governments, however, still don't have the highest effective funding. So how would they get their benefits?
Because our solution doesn't just stop there. Remember, we proposed a two-pronged investment plan. So it's not only investment into businesses, but it's also investment directly into the government. We're at a critical juncture in human history where the choices we make today determine the legacy we leave behind for our future generations. And the only way to mitigate that is our Green Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is a bold and innovative approach into financing the transition into a sustainable future for us all. The reason that we're here today promoting this solution is because we believe that this Green Sovereign Wealth Fund is a financial instrument which is designed to channel resources into actually environmentally sustainable green projects, like investing in renewable energy or investing in carbon capture technology. The solution we propose today, the Green Revolutionary Investment Plan, or GRIP, is not just a fancy name. It's a call to action. By leveraging the power of this Green Sovereign Wealth Fund, we believe that participating nations can collectively direct their financial prowess into a green project, such as investing once again in sustainable infrastructure projects. But let's look at the economics of this idea. According to the Global Commission on Economy and Climate, it's estimated that if countries switch to a low-carbon economy, they will be able to unlock 26, not million, not billion, but trillion dollars in economic benefits as early as 2030. So this is not just an investment into our environment, but it's an investment into our shared prosperity. Because finally, we get to imagine a world where economic growth doesn't always spell environmental degradation. I would like to conclude by saying that the Green Sovereign Wealth Fund, as part of the Green Revolutionary Investment Plan, is a strategic and impactful idea in order to save our future. Because just like I've been holding this remote in my hand all day, we all have the power to make sure that the chance for better living for our future generation does not escape from the grip of our hands. Thank you.
Thank you. The team presenting now is Al Akhawain University, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Morocco. Please make sure to share your screen and activate your cameras. The next presenting team will be the University of Darul Uloom Islamics and Arts Colleges.
In a world grappling with the realities of climate change.
Okay, you may start now. Now we're able to see you.
Okay, thank you. In a world grappling with the realities of climate change, one man's journey began at COP22.
Can you please share your screen as well? Sorry.
Are you able to see our screen?
No, we're just able to see you.
Okay. Let me try to fix it.
Yeah, share your presentation, please. Okay, you may start now.
Are you able to see our screen?
Yes. Yes, you may start.
Thank you. Okay. In a world grappling with the realities of climate change, one man's journey began at COP22 in Marrakesh, where the seeds of transformation were sown. Meet Mohammed, a young social entrepreneur who partook in the event as a volunteer and who was moved by the world efforts to decrease greenhouse gas emissions. However, Mohammed also wanted to be part of this change. He got an idea. On the same very day, he went back to his home, determined to turn it into a greenhouse, especially after learning that the country does not tax its citizens when purchasing solar panels, and that it was a better financial solution overall. As days went by and Muhammad's house transformation was complete, he was then shocked to be greeted by two city officials whom informed him that it was illegal for someone to produce their own energy. And even if it was legal, he also understood that it was illegal for him to sell any excess power that he produced. This raised doubts, as Muhammad saw that the very same laws that were motivating him to become a responsible green citizen of the world were now becoming barriers, stopping him dead in his tracks.
As we began researching the environmental policies and regulations around the world, we delved deep into the commitments made by world leaders during the historic Paris Agreement in 2016. Nations united to limit the increase of global warming to not exceed 2 degrees, which is a vital step towards addressing the climate emergency. Yet, Muhammad discovered that a 2023 report from the Climate Vulnerable Forum revealed that all few countries are on track to meet their initial pledges from 2015. And many countries didn't act with urgency required, leaving some withdraw temporarily from the agreement, such as the United States did, without facing any legal penalties. This sparked more questions in Muhammad and pushed him to dig even deeper, where he stumbled upon a world where transformative policies were not just ideas, but realities shaping our future. In the far-reaching lands of Canada, the United Kingdom, and the European Union, governments utilized the mighty tool of carbon taxation, penalizing the polluters and incentivizing the protectors. Emission guidelines acted as steadfast guards, ensuring industries toed the line, changing their operations to be cleaner, greener, and more sustainable. Here, renewable energy was not just an alternative, it was the preferred choice, a beacon of hope, and the correct way to save our climate from changing to the worse. These examples showed Muhammad that change was possible, and the fight against climate change could be won through innovation and the right policies to reach net zero goals.
This changes was already achieved in 2 battles with victory in the project that arose. The first, which is Morocco as a North African nation nestled in the rugged terrains and endless deserts, had embraced the power of the sun, the might of the wind, and the force of water to fuel its progress. With massive investment in solar, wind, and hydropower, the country has revolutionized its energy sector, now generating over 35% of its electricity from sustainable and cleaner sources. The crowning jewel of this green revolution was Norway's solar complex. As prominent expanse of mirrors and turbines, thus stood as the world's largest concentrated solar power plant and a statement of Morocco's unwavering commitment to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels. The United Arab Emirates had set a monumental example, which is ambitious project, Shamswan Solar Power Station. As Muhammad delved deeper into the story of Shamswan, he discovered that the massive solar power plant was a testament of the UAE commitment to reduce its dependency on fossil fuel and shift toward the future a cleaner future. Spanning over 2.5 square kilometers in the desert of Abu Dhabi, Shamswan harnessed the power of the sun to generate electricity, significantly cutting down carbon emission and paving the way toward the future powered by renewable energy. This project, a shining symbol of progress, stood as a testament of the UAE potential in leading the world toward a sustainable future. It was a proof that the UAE has the capability and determination to make strides in the right direction. Highlighting both models, UAE and Morocco demonstrate a better governance and their ability to lay foundation of a sustainable climate plan.
As Muhammad stood at the precipice of the present, his eyes set firmly on the horizon. He couldn't help but envision a future where the world had successfully tamed the monstrous climate change. The year was 2040, and the year was abuzz with sights and sounds of a global society in harmony with nature. Every nation, every city, and every individual had risen to the challenge, propelled by a tapestry of proactive and reactive regulations meticulously woven together to curb the rise of global temperatures to 1.5 Celsius. The Earth, once gasping for breath under the weight of neglect and pollution, was now a splendid tapestry of green and blue, thriving with life and vitality. The worldwide implementations of strict policies not only halted the progress of climate change, but also brought a new era of sustainability. In this new era, conservation, friendly practices, and clean energy have become the standard. They also have served as the foundation of thriving societies. As the winds of change pass through our surroundings, they carry a message of hope, highlighting humanity's determination and the capacity to create a future that is both environmentally friendly and fair for everyone. In this tapestry of change, Muhammad had found the answers to the questions that had ignited his journey. While the regulations and environmental policies might be imperfect and laden with roadblocks, they have indeed paved the way for transformative actions. They are not just necessary, but they are also the catalysis propelling humanity toward a greener and more sustainable future. They are the foundation upon which the edifice of climate action stands tall and proud. Progress might be slow, and the path might be fraught with obstacles, but this march is undeniably forward movement.
As the world prepared for the COP28, Mohammed could not fail a surge of excitement and anticipation. This wasn't an event. It signified a moment in history. World leaders, activists, and change makers were all coming together with a shared commitment to bring about an era of climate action. For Mohammed, this was more than an opportunity to witness the culmination of years of work and dedication. It was his chance to be part of something standing side by side with those who are shaping the future. Stepping into the halls of COP28, he felt pride and his mind filled with endless possibilities. This was his movement and the movement to see the implementation of policies and regulations he had fought tirelessly for taking steps towards a greener future filled with hope. The time had arrived for Muhammad not to observe, but to actively engage in this movement, lending the voice and energy, also passion to the collective call for a brighter tomorrow that prioritizes environmental well-being. Today, it's the opportunity to achieve historical decisions using regulations and environmental policies. And also the COP28 is the moment for the world leaders to take ambitious actions. Young people, children are the next generations. They are waiting serious commitment and strong engagements from the world leaders. But us as youth and young people will work together to achieve this climate neutrality together to save our planet. Let's take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the team presenting is Darul Uloom Islamic and Arts College, Kerala, Islamic Studies in India. رحبوا معي بكلية دار العلوم الإسلامية والآداب كيرالا الدراسات الإسلامية الهند. Please make sure to activate your screen sharing and open your cameras. please share your screen and open your cameras? Darul Uloom. Darul Uloom, if you can hear me, please share your screen and open your cameras. It's your turn to present now. Okay, thank you. We can see you. Can you share your screen though?
Screen. Yeah, we have shared our screen. We have shared our screen.
We cannot see it.
Correct.
Okay, give us a few seconds.
Yes, wait.
Please do not start until I tell you.
Stop here.
Can you do it full screen, please?
Full screen.
Yeah. From the bottom right. Bottom right.
It's okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay, great. You may start now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very honorable personalities present here and my beloved academic legends. My dear brothers, first we all will be appreciate this program organization, EEG, Environment Emirates Group. We will get that great and very appreciation for us. We're going to that, the topic, environment policies and regulations. Are they enough? We just move that with topic. We're going to that current cliches, new ideas to reclaim the earth, climate problems, introducing the new rules and regulations, detergent policies and adopted by countries, alternatives for rules. Yes, guys, look at that index. We can check that eco-friendly countries and rules and schemes. We selected Denmark and United Kingdom. For you want to make their rules and regulations. We want to check that. Denmark, we know that 77.9% of APM percentage level, the Denmark will be stored highly almost be covered by EPI, reserved addition will be performed clear energy and sustainable agriculture. The aim will be net zero CO2 assumption by 2015. Look at that. Now we are going to be 2022 and 23. There will be long lasting time to live. Remember that rules and regulations of reducing green gas emissions and organic foods, solar power boats, friendly hotels. Why that become the Denmark will become very high level in their eco-friendly country list. Check out that. Next country, we know that United Kingdom, the second ranked country, eco-friendly country. That will be going to that. Their main rules and regulations are targeted to become PM2.5. They will be make harmful pollution and this will particular matters. UK effort to control green gas houses and gas emissions. Like Denmark, they will be adopted by Denmark, ideology of Denmark, and will be reducing CO2, carbon dioxide, and carbon monoxide emission by 0 of 2050. The rule will be going to be 5 generation. Wow, what a massive ideology for. We will make rules for our generation or next generation, but they will be generate the rules for 5 generation. Then I will be going to be that very least sustainable country. That Myanmar, you look at that 19.4, and India is a very least sustainable condition by environment. Point. What happened to India? India have part of Prevention Act, Pollution Act, and Wildlife Protection Act, everything about India. Then India and Myanmar are back in eco policies because they couldn't know to apply their generation. We can see that air pollution, water pollution, garbage, the most thing that there is no land to live here. That's why the environment will be collapsed. And we can look at the Myanmar, 1.4 millions of deforestation. And we become marine lost. And I will be going to be that. We can check that the developed countries, I think Yasser is better than me to make why withdrawing the developed countries will be back.
Okay, we can see why developing countries are withdrawing their eco policy, especially Australia and Germany. According to Australia, we can see the condition of Australia is very poor and deteriorating due to increasing pressure from climatic change. They couldn't even survey their climate because of their soil erosion and the land circumstance. It would be very harmful to them to live, and they never break the rules for development, undergo environmentally friendly development. The fact on this occasion, Australia has been ranked as a climate laggard and par with Saudi Arabia, and now ranks 52nd and out of the 76 countries due to its slow and uneven progress or commitment to building a green future. In the same case, we can see that Germany has affected by the soil erosion and the air pollution. The only main thing is air pollution must contain the vehicle emissions, and that's kind of very polluting atmosphere they make. They only focusing on the developing countries. They didn't even care for their environment. They didn't bring alternative solution to promote the environment, and they only focusing and they only targeting to developing their countries.
Okay, now we can discuss that how we can just solve environmental problems through some rules and regulations. Mainly, we have to support our local and eco-friendly environment and products. And we have to reduce plastic and paper waste, and we have to increase the cost efficiency, and we have to enable bulk buying, and we have to support our neighbors. Then there arises how we will support our neighbors. We have to support our neighbors by cleaning our surroundings, which will both help us and our neighbor together in a good and systematic way. And we have to strengthen, and we have to use fewer chemicals and for growing and transportation. I want to say that we should use EV vehicles instead of just using vehicles that uses fuels more, because fuels can harm our environment in a bad and disgusting way. And we have to use EV vehicles which will help our environment in a good and best way. Now we can see some examples from the different countries and what are the initiatives taken by different countries for the solving the environment problems. First of all, we can talk about Denmark. In 2020, Denmark has set a target for 2030 to reduce carbon dioxide emission by 70% compared to 1990 and achieve climate neutrality by 2050. What a great initiative, isn't it? By 2050, there will be no carbon dioxide emission in Denmark. This is why Denmark is known as the greenest country. And we have to make the rules and regulations with the climate in mind. We have to mind our climate, and what is according to our climate, then only we have to implement rules and regulations. Then only it will be effective. And one of the greatest initiatives taken by the country United Arab Emirates itself, in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, there is a city called Masdar City. It is a sustainable city which produces 0% of carbon dioxide emissions, and the materials used in the building is not harmful for the environment, and it will help the generation to be good and grateful. And a big hats off to the country United Arab Emirates itself for such an initiation. And I would like to suggest that all the countries in the world have to build such cities that the United Arab Emirates did. And the main thing is that, other thing I want to say, that we have to implement green taxes. Green taxes is that the taxes provided according to the CO2 produced from the industries and all. And later on we can see.
Okay, we all know that climate change is a major and important economic or environmental crisis nowadays. And we can say there are so many initiatives taken by all the globe to prevent and protect the environment for the decades. And we can make an example, Paris Agreement 2050. Climate policy is a step in the right direction, but a holistic approach is needed to achieve the goals set out in the 2015 Paris Agreement. Net zero and biodiversity conservation require more than just rules. They need global cooperation, sustainable practices, and innovative solutions. Setting clear goals helps to strengthen credibility, but creating predictable investment climate, strengthening the rule of law, and promoting good governance are equally crucial. Revolutionary action on climate requires a multi-layered strategy that goes beyond the policy alone. And they are going to Paris Agreement relevant and effective. Thank you.
Yes, guys, we want to just conclude this kind of programmation. I will give that. Is it enough? I think this is the last presentation that's be giving to you the great and valuable personalities that moving to here. I give some alternative to eco policies, significant new alternatives. That will be make very good and a good way making that the first thing is fabric nanos. What we do nanos? Nano will be increased by micro will be make this will be minus and minus and minus. That can be it's a good idea. That will be make good policy to make the world will be very clear. The second one is the empire state building challenges. A lot of challenges are in our world. We know that Palestine, we know that every person, every country that will be making a lot of problems. In here, my friends, they will be share about a lot of things. To import a lot of things by making the developed countries, the very least sustainable countries, we will be give every examples and every kind of examples to make the rules and regulation will be make that. I will give that, make the empire state will be make very proud. That will be make very ideology and very technical because the world will be going. The climate will be changing one by one, day by day, everything. We want to save our earth. We want to save our policy. Everything. We know that I will give that third thing, electric stuff. I think that something bullshit some kind of countries are doing very bad thing that make energy by water. That's a very foolish thing. What we make lot of solar energies. It's electrical stuff. I think that the third thing that electrical stuff. We will make
Your time is up.
Other kind of power, other
Your
kind
time
of
is up.
things. And the last thing is investing the nature. We want to invest our nature, lot of plants, and we want to save our earth and make good and wonderful rules and regulations. I will be conclude here. We are going to be make. Very thank you for participate this kind of program, Nation. Thank you for all.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Now, before we proceed, thank you for all the presenters today. We will have a 45 minutes break while the final scores are being tallied, and then we will start with the closing ceremony. سنأخذ الآن استراحة مدتها 45 دقيقة لحساب النتائج النهائية، وبعد ذلك سنبدأ الحفل الختامي. We request you all to return in exactly at 3:10 p.m. when we will announce the results and the winners. نرجو منكم العودة في تمام الساعة 3:10 عصراً حيث سنعلن عن النتائج والفائزين. You may have your lunch break now. Thank you.
Huwag kayong maingay.
Oo. Wait lang. Ay! Sorry.
Where's your final speech? These two. These two. Okay. Give me this. Okay. Students, please everyone come to the center seats. Come in front. Everyone come in front into the center. Please, thank you. Students from this side also, please come to the center. All right. Okay, everyone in the center stage. Students.
Just tell me when to start. Give me a heads up when to start. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
You know how to read, no? You can read my English. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
And if you want the Arabic by heart, or
It would be better to say it in English, but I need to keep translating until the winners.
do you want to speak in Arabic and I speak English? I'm not ready.
No, I don't mind.
No, this one wants to.
She wants
create that
both?
Atmosphere.
So for this one we do it. Yeah, okay. I don't mind. But then who's gonna announce the winners? Together?
I announced the English, then you announce the Arabic.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, great. Welcome back, everyone. I trust you had a rejuvenating break. Before we dive into the much anticipated awarding ceremony, let's take a moment to ensure that our mobile phones are either switched off or set onto silent mode. مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى. أنا على ثقة من أنكم حصلتم على استراحة لتجديد نشاطكم. قبل أن نتعمق في حفل التكريم للفائزين، دعونا نتأكد من أن الهواتف المحمولة مغلقة أو في وضع الصامت. While we just wait for the final calculations and awarding preparations on the scoring, I invite you all to scan this QR code to participate in an interactive and live feedback form. After that, the winners will be announced. All the team scores will be displayed on the screen. بينما ننتظر النتائج النهائية، أدعوكم جميعاً إلى مسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة للمشاركة في نموذج تعليقات تفاعلي ومباشر. بعد الإعلان عن الفائزين، سيتم عرض جميع نتائج الفرق على الشاشة.
So, the questions will only start when he is moving it.
Okay. Please scan the QR code displayed on the screen.
If you are unable to, please go to menti.com and type.
If you are facing any difficulties, please log on to menti.com and type the code that's displayed on the screen.
Fill in the form. The form is fill in the form, and then we'll go to the next question.
Please make sure you fill in the form so we can move on to the questions.
We need to fill in the form to receive the certificates.
And in order to receive the certificates, we need to fill in the form. Okay, the first question is, what is the gender composition of our audience today? So, as we can see, there are more females than males so far. Yes. Are more females interested in the topic of sustainability? Is that it? Yeah? Yeah? Females are more active? Yes. Okay, now moving on to the second question. Please rate the following aspects of the program. Out of 5, how well was the event planned and organized? And how were the topics chosen of relevance and interest? The score will be out of 5. Okay, next question is who motivated you to participate? So, or what motivated you to participate? Is it to drive change? Is it to learn, to network? Is it an advancement in your career? Or just to build on skills? Okay, to build on skills is the most prominent answer so far. And to drive change as well, yes. Moving on to the next question. Based on the motivation to participate, what aspects of the event helped you achieve these goals? You can answer, this is an open-ended question, so you can answer with whatever. And your results will be displayed on the screen, so. Okay, these are some interesting answers so far. Please fill in an answer, don't put non-applicable. Okay, I see the majority has answered. Hello. Your answers are very interesting. Nice. Okay, now moving on to the next question. What did you take away from today's event experience? And please answer honestly. Yes. So mostly public speaking skills, making networks, meeting new people, the commitment, the confidence to speak, the motivation. Expect the unexpected. Okay, now moving on to the next question. No. Please suggest 2 possible topics for the 24th cycle in 2024. And please take the time to think about it. Please be aware that your answers should be environmentally related. Okay, the next question is, are you familiar with EEG's programs? So let's see how many are and how many aren't. Okay, we can see that the majority is. For those who have said yes, which program have you heard about the most? This is also an open-ended question. And please answer seriously. Yes. We need to see 40 answers on the board, so. Yeah. Okay. Would you like to give any suggestions for improvement? Food? Most answers are about the food. Mm. Mm. Okay. We would definitely take your suggestions into consideration. Okay, thank you. Now, can we all please give a round of applause to our esteemed panel of judges? Undoubtedly, their risk was no small feat, and we extend our sincere gratitude for their invaluable time and expertise. Your contributions have greatly enriched this competition. فلنصفق للجنة التحكيم الموقرة. وأنا متأكدة أنهم مهتمون ونحن نعرب عن خالص امتناننا لوقتكم وخبرتكم التي لا تقدر بثمن. لقد أثرت مساهمكم في هذه المسابقة بشكل كبير. Now, the moment that we all have been waiting for. The results are in. Yeah.
All right. I hope everyone is in the auditorium. All right. So the winners for today. We have tie for the second runner-up. Can you guess? Yes. First, all the judges and Ms. Habiba, please come on to the stage to present the awards. Okay. So students, for the second runner-up, we have a tie. Can you guess which universities are winning? Come on, more noise. Raise your energy. More? Only MDX? Anyone else? Everyone agrees it's MDX? So should we just give it to them because all of it? All right. All right, so we have a tie. So the first team and the second runner-up is King Abdulaziz University from Jeddah. Team Jeddah. And team from Jeddah, please come on stage. And the second runner-up is, any guesses? Middlesex University, Dubai.
Arabic? You announce, it's okay. It's okay, you can announce the winner.
Why? You don't know the Arabic? You don't know the Arabic?
I don't know the Arabic.
Okay.
Oh, I have to say it in Arabic? Okay, fine.
No, it's okay.
No, it's fine. I don't know. Give me.
Okay.
I think yes.
The winner you can announce in Arabic and everything, okay? All right. All right, Middlesex, please. All right, a big round of applause for both the universities. All right, more energy. So we have to announce two more winners, right? So who do you think is the first runner-up? Any guesses? Okay, Ajman University. Any other? Ready? All right. So, under this topic, the first runner-up is from the team from? No guess? All right. Everyone? Yeah. All right. So the team is Westford University College.
This one, because she's
Okay.
the winner.
Okay,
So
if
we
you
can,
want.
like,
Okay.
we can say University of.
No, it's boss.
Huh?
Boss. Give them a break. Boss.
Yeah, we'll pause.
Okay.
And then, like.
Okay. So we have a winner for today. So they scored the most point. Any last guesses? Everyone, guess. You should be telling your own team names that you will be the winner, right? Yes. Okay. So let's we will announce it together. So, the first runner-up for this topic, environmental policies and regulations, are they enough? Winner is from University of Bolton, Ras Al Khaimah. Congratulations. Tell them at the end of the ceremony we will be displaying all their scores.
So here. Oh, here. Okay, please find your scores on the screen. Yeah, it's here. Okay, once again, congratulations. Please find your scores on the screen.
Can you please zoom it so they can see properly? All right, zoom and please scroll down so every university can see their scores.
Down, not up. Scroll down, please.
So tell everyone, please don't leave. We'll still have a group photo session to come on.
I would request everyone to stay in the auditorium as we will take a group picture. So please come back on stage. Everyone, right?
Tell them. Everyone, please come onto the stage for a group photo.
Yeah. Everyone, please come join us on the stage for a group photo. So she wants to skip all of this. So I don't say all of this.
Just tell them the winners will have to come on the last day.
Here. That's it?
You can speak now while they're coming. Everyone, please come onto the stage. Announce.
Everyone, can you please come onto the stage? We're going to take a group photo. I will, yeah. Everyone, please join on the stage for a group photo. On the stage, everyone. Do not leave yet. We're about to take a group photo for all the participants today. ما هيهم واقفين ما بعرف شو عم يستنوا. Everyone in the room, can you please come on stage so we can take a group photo? Yeah.
All right, I see a lot of students in their seats. Please come onto the stage for a photo session, a group photo. Everyone, please come onto stage. Not only students, teachers, everyone, please on the stage. Please, teachers also, please join.
Yeah. We would like to take a group photo for everyone, so please stand next to each other so that everyone can show in the picture. Please stand in an organized way on the stage so that we're able to take the group photo for everyone. Everyone, please come forward so we can take a group photo. Please stand still and pose to the camera. You may leave the stage now. A crucial note to the winners of today. So we kindly request you guys to, okay, you can take a picture. We kindly request the winning teams of today to grace the closing ceremony on the 23rd of November and to be present by 1:15 p.m. Okay? So we kindly request you guys to come join us into the closing ceremony on the 23rd of November at 1:15 p.m. 1:15. Congratulations again. Sorry? All 4 winners, okay. So, a crucial note to all the winners of today. We kindly request the winning teams of today to grace the closing ceremony on the 23rd of November and to be present by 1:15 p.m. Here. For all the winning teams of today, we kindly ask to grace us for the closing ceremony on the 23rd of November and to be present by 1:15 p.m. Thank you. Also, refreshments are still available if you would like to join and take some. Thank you once again, and may your journey home be safe. Until tomorrow. Thank you. وعليكم السلام.
شهادة حتبعت للمشاركين؟
المفروض ايوه. تكون ديجيتال، ايوه ديجيتال.
متى نتوقعها؟
والله ما عندي هالمعلومات، ممكن تسأل المنسقين تبع البرنامج. العفو.